Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Testing, testing, 1, 2.
I'll change that thumbnail in a second, Dash.
Taking on Hampshire Hawks. What a lovely day. The sun's come out to play as well. Great to see you guys all down here piling in now to see this women's clash. Gotta say, a few teething problems with the big screen, but that's coming on. We've not been able to say what's happened in the middle. So, for your information, Durham won the toss and they've elected to, however,
One, two, three, 1, 2, 3.
so once again, a very warm welcome if you just made your appearance. What we're going to do today, we're going to do a guard of honour for the women's teams coming out front. We're going to ask if any of you guys want to get involved with that. If you've got children with you and they can come and be part of the guard of honour, they can come down to the front, make themselves known to the staff down there. You can be part of today's proceedings down at the front. And that's just one of the ways that the Banks Homes Riverside one of the most welcoming and inclusive stadiums in the country. By doing this, we really want to hope that we live up to that reputation. And don't forget, cricket across England and Wales must be a game where every individual is treated fairly, with respect, and can enjoy a safe and positive atmosphere, whether they're watching, playing, volunteering, or working in the game, as well as the cricket family, as we all have a role to play in this. If you see or experience any inappropriate behaviour, discrimination, please know that you can call it out and report it safely and in confidence, in person or anonymously by emailing edi@durhamcricket.co.uk. Cricket is a game for everyone. Thank you for joining us in Raising the Game. joined us. News from the middle. Durham won the toss and they've elected to have a bat. And our two teams, Ella McCall for our visitors, Georgia Adams, Naomi Titani, Francesca Sweet, Abby Norgrove, Brianna Southby, Amanda Jade Wellington, Nancy Harmon, Poppy Tulloch, Hannah Hardwick and Bex Tyson.
Well, good morning and welcome to the Banks Homes Riverside for the Vitality Blast T20 clash between Durham and Hampshire Hawks. Women here on a beautiful Sunday in Chesley Street with myself, Ash Thorpe, and Billy Stevens. Billy, good morning, mate.
Morning, Ash. Very good to be alongside of you. Yeah, what should be a fantastic game.
Outstanding news from the toss, as we can see umpires Michael Goff and Naeem Ashraf walking out to the middle, is that Durham have won the toss and elected to bat first. We'll run through the teams here. For Durham, it's Holly Armitage, Maddie Villiers, Emily Windsor, Bess Heath, Heather Graham, Mia Rogers, Grace Thompson, Catherine Fraser, Sophia Turney, Trudy Johnson, and the legendary Katie Levick. And for Hampshire Hawks, it's Ella McCagan, Georgia Adams, Naomi Dotani, Francesca Sweet, Abby Norgrove, Rihanna Southby, Amanda Jade Wellington, Nancy Harmon, Poppy Tulloch, Hannah Hardwick, and Bex Tyson. And I'm not sure if you saw, but there was a tie between Somerset and Hampshire the other day, which was a really, really interesting finish.
Yeah, it was a fantastic game, and whether that will give Hampshire the slight advantage, having played in this format, of course, all these women have been playing in the one-day cup so far this season. Will be seen very shortly.
Absolutely. You can see out there in the middle, Maddie Villiers and Holly Armitage, the captain, opening the batting. So a little bit of a change-up from last year, where we had one of the goats of the female game, Susie Bates, opening the batting. So she's no longer part of the Durham setup. Heather Graham taking that overseas slot. I'm looking forward to seeing her in action today. But yeah, really exciting. You mentioned that Hampshire have already kind of got their campaign underway, Durham's first game. So really interesting. Good toss to win and have a bat, do you think?
Yeah, I think, well, the sun's going to be out all day, so that will make less of a difference. But I think it's the kind of day where putting runs on the board is really important, and then trying to put pressure on Hampshire in the second innings.
Indeed. So looks like Naomi Dotani is going to open the bowling for Hampshire. You can see her there at the top of her mark. She's going to open from the Finkel end. Captain Holly Armitage. Looks like she's going to take first ball. Love the new phase of the blast. Feels like the start of summer this weekend, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely does. It's got to be barbecue weather, you'd think. Electronic scoreboard still yet to turn on. Short wide, and they should get a couple here. You'd think. Running very important in the shorter format of the game. They do come back for two.
Yeah, nice start. Be interesting to see in these great batting conditions if there is any early swing with this white Kookaburra ball. Normally only lasts for a couple of overs at best, but it's definitely a day for batting here.
No slip in at the start here. Turned off the legs. They'll come back for two. No, they won't. Just a single. Always tough to know what a decent score will be. You have to say, as I say, with the sun out, fast outfield, you've got to think 170 maybe, 165 minimum.
Yeah, you tend to get that. You don't want to think too far ahead. You want to have a kind of look at the pitch, but yeah, conditions do look great for batting, so you want to put Hampshire in under pressure, having won the toss and decided to bat first.
Villiers is going to face up her first delivery. A little bit of swing, they'll come through for a single. More good running from this pair.
Yeah, aggressive running. Sweet doing the fielding there. Little fumble. Be interesting to see the crowd size today. It's starting to build up, but there's so much going on in the northeast at the moment. Got the BBC's big weekend happening just down the road.
Yeah, and Sunderland, of course.
Sunderland at home, yeah, last game of the Premiership season today. Newcastle on the road down at Fulham. But what a day to sit in the sun and watch some great cricket. We've got this game here, and then at 3:30 the men take on Leicestershire Foxes.
The inside half of the bat, this could be the first boundary. No, it should be stopped and will be hauled in. They'll come back for 2 again.
It's been an interesting start to the season so far for Durham. They've mixed some good performances with some poor ones. But what they will want to do as a batting unit is to look to bat together. We've seen a lot of really good individual performances, and only a couple of times have they made that count. So they need to be working as a team to get the chocolates here today.
Nice drive, but good stop after a little bit of a fumble. And that will end the first over of this game. 7 from it for the loss of no wickets. You would have to argue potentially Durham Ash, their main issue has been with the bat in the One Day Cup at times, really 118 all out v Hampshire and 148 v the Blaze, but I've always thought they may have been a better chasing side in that format of the game, chased 289 to beat Warwickshire, but have chosen to set a total today. You have to wonder, of course, the sides will be relatively similar from that game in the One Day Cup and how much confidence that does give that Hampshire bowling lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. I think from Durham's point of view, you're 100% right. What Durham have done really well is, I think they might even have 4 individual centurions this year, and that hasn't translated into wins simply because they haven't batted well as a team. Bex Tyson's going to open the bowling from the Lumley end. It'll be left arm round the wicket. So spin on early. Oh, that's hit in the air straight to mid-on, but doesn't carry. Aggressive approach from Armitage. Just got away with that one. Beautiful use of the feet and a good bit of fielding. There at mid-off by the skipper, Georgia Adams.
Yeah, you have to think maybe that was a bit of a chance off the first ball of the over, really. It can always be difficult for a fielder as you're diving forward to judge the flight, but no dive was put in.
Yeah, we're at the opposite end of the ground. I thought she'd literally chipped it straight to mid-on, but landing well short in the end, thankfully from a Durham point of view. Villiers down the pitch, hits it over mid-wicket. One bouncing away for 4. There is the first boundary of the morning. Nice aggressive approach from these two Durham openers to start off. 12 without loss.
The use of the feet actually is something that the Durham batters did really well against Somerset last week in the One Day Cup. A thumping win for Durham, that. A wonderful performance from Katie Levick in particular with the ball.
Oh, nice change of pace there from Tyson, just slow. Sometimes as a spinner, when batters use their feet, you're tempted just to fire it in. That was really brave bowling. Just going to have a little change here. And the sweeper out on the offside comes into the circle and long on drops back. This one's punched away but won't beat Datani in the covers. So a good comeback this from Tyson. After that boundary, a couple of dots. Last ball of the second over. Oh, and Villiers done in the length, really. That one thuds into the pads, and I think Hampshire will be happy to get out of that over with just the 5 conceded. Durham after 2 are 12 without loss.
Yeah, Tyson just did well to cramp Villiers for a little bit of room there potentially Villiers thinking the sweep shot should have been used, really tried to put it through mid-wicket instead. But it's so important, especially in the modern game, to not offer these batters too much width.
I think she did that really well, didn't she, Billy? You talk around the width there, having brought the sweeper up in on the offside into the circle. It was important that she challenged the stumps and she finished off the over really nicely doing such.
I think we're going to get a first look at Georgia Adams here. Took 3 for 24, had a wonderful game against Somerset. 36 and then that 3 for 24, so she'll be brimming with confidence, and we'll come into Armitage, who's both of this pair. Armitage a runnable 5, Villiers a runnable 7. The electronic scoreboard's still not working, Ash.
Yeah.
Making life rather challenging.
A few of the gremlins.
Oh, once more, great use of the feet, and it just evades the diving mid-on. I think she's got hands to it. So that has been put down, going to her right.
Yeah, Amanda Jade Wellington there, diving away. We're right behind that, and I thought she had that covered, if I'm honest. It would have been a great catch, but one that she probably should have taken also.
Yeah, she had full sight of it the whole way. It was a miscue from Armitage, who was trying to plant it over into the long-on boundary, really. Uses her feet once more. That's a rather ungainly swipe, but they'll come through for a single as Jade Wellington does the fielding once more. As you say, all the practice that they do with the fielding, she probably would have expected to take that one, such an experienced cricketer.
Nice.
Reverse swept, wonderful shot. This could be boundary and is down to third man. Very good innovation from Villiers. And that may just click Durham into gear here. How will Adams respond? That's swept hard. This could be another boundary. It is back-to-back fours, really clean striking.
Adams just tried to take all the pace out of that and make Villiers do the work, but didn't she do it well? Got into a really strong position and swept that hard way through square leg for 4.
Yeah, moved really early and just almost signalled to Adams what she was going to do before the ball was bowled. You wonder if Adams could have thrown it wider. Of course, always easier in hindsight. And that is the end of the third. A really productive one for Durham. They've got the start they wanted. 23 for no loss.
Yeah, 11 off that over. A couple of boundaries for Villiers, who's now 15 from 10. I think you're really looking to cash in here, as you can see the crowd coming in. A beautiful Sunday here in Chesley Street at the Banks Homes Riverside. Got to cash in on this power play. And 11 from that last over. Maybe this is where Durham looked at continue to accelerate. Tyson will continue from the Lumley end, just for 5 from her first over. Little reverse paddle will just pick up a single for the captain. Trying to use the pace on the ball, probably trying to get that a little bit finer. Abby Norgrove doing the fielding. Really clever batting from Villiers. Just in her stance, got across outside off stump, got to the ball on the full. But in all honesty, a bit of a misfield as well there from Hampshire. And Villiers picks up her 4th boundary of the morning.
Yeah, Hampshire's fielding's been lacklustre so far. Amanda J. Wellington dropping that chance. This one was awkward in the sense that it landed just before the sort of backward square leg. But should have at least got something to it, really.
Oh, advancing in an inside edge. Armitage rushing through for a single. Good work from the captain. Aggressive running and a really aggressive batting as well from Villiers, who looks like she's on the charge. Nice and early. She's moved on to 20 already. Durham 29 without loss.
Yeah,
halfway through over number 4.
Tyson's had a decent season with the ball in the one-day cut. 3 for 52 v the Blaze and 3 for 60 1 for 20 v Somerset on Friday.
Yeah, left arm spinners. Everybody's after a left arm spinner. Armitage hits that beautifully down the ground, uses her feet. Sight screen is probably the shout of a batting coach, where you want the batters to aim at the start, and Armitage hit that dead straight back past the bowler for 4.
Very clean striking and wonderful timing, and having had Villiers doing the boundary hitting in the previous over, Armitage has just got in on the act there.
Oh, is that an inside edge or a bye? That one drifts past the leg stump.
I think it's a bye.
It is a bye, yeah.
She's gone on with the arm. Really good bowling, actually. Tyson may consider herself to be slightly unlucky.
Absolutely. And unlike Southby as well, who's definitely one of the better keepers on the circuit. That one's fired in by Tyson to end the over. 34 without loss, Durham after 4. Who have 20 to Maddie Villiers and 13 to Holly Armitage.
Yeah, good change of pace from Tyson to finish that over. That one more expensive. You'd think that might be her first spell done, as Southby is removing the helmet, suggesting that we're going to see some pace potentially.
Looks like Datani back into the attack to bowl her second over. Early signs are this is a beautiful pitch. Pitch number 7 here at the Banks Homes Riverside. See the boundaries out there. You see that rope and then the Toblerones. The inner rope is for the girls' game. The Toblerones there for the men's game later on.
Wonderful piece of innovation. Will that go to a boundary? It absolutely will. Really good shot from Armitage. This pair looking wonderful touch, you have to say. Datani didn't necessarily do much wrong, but if you're going to play a sort of lap sweep to backward square leg, there's not much you can do about it.
No, when you've only got the 2 fielders out at the start, there's only so much you can protect. You've got the 2 sweepers out pretty square. It's a good use of the pace by Holly Armitage. And yeah, fine start this for Durham.
Coming over the wicket at the moment is Datani. That one keeps a little bit low, and it's been shovelled through the leg side just across the practice pitches. They'll surely get back for a couple, and they will.
Yeah, these two are brilliant runners between the wickets. That will be a feature of this partnership as it progresses, hopefully from a Durham point of view. And you're right, that didn't bounce a lot, that one, did it? I don't know if Datani just took a little bit of pace off that one.
Having watched quite a lot of county championship cricket here, it has actually seemed that the Finkel end has been the one that's kept slightly lower than the Lumley. The Finkel end is where Datani is bowling from, and once again, an attempted piece of innovation from Armitage with the reverse lap. Doesn't get any bat on it this time. So potentially that lack of bounce from one end is something to keep in the minds of these two batters. And anyone else that is to come. This one should be cut off, and they'll try and come back for 2. There was a little bit of thinking about it, but they will easily enough. Good work from the deep square leg, but can't do anything. Running around to her right to stop them coming back for a second.
Yeah, even with a slight hesitation there, Armitage just quick and got home comfortably.
2 fielders out at the moment are at a deep point and a deep square leg. So there isn't necessarily one plan for where Datani's going to bowl, really covering in the power play. Only 2 women out, of course, covering sort of both sides of the wicket here. Not been a bad over by any means, this one from Datani, but it has gone for 8. I think she can feel slightly unlucky. Seems to have hit her spot most of the time, the left armour. Very experienced, of course. Made her Middlesex debut at just 14 in 2008. Ending the 5th over here. They'll get through for a single. They'll think about the second. That's slightly lackadaisical fielding. You have to say there should never have been 2 there. But it's wonderful running from this pair who've got off to a fantastic start. 44 for none off 5.
Yeah, great example of that desperation in between the wickets, between this pair. That's something as a coach you'd love to see, because that's really about attitude. That running hard between the wickets. Just finding one of the deeper pockets. The boundary is only 60 metres for the girls' game. That jumps out to 64, as you can see there from your shot, the difference in the 2 boundaries.
Yeah, I'm surprised it isn't further out for the men's game. You have to think that'll be an absolute runs fest later on.
I'm sure the spinners will be thinking the same thing this afternoon. We do have a change of bowling. And this one's flicked down the leg side and again beats a desperate dive of Hardwick's first ball. Villiers gets another boundary. Again, something maybe Hampshire possibly could have done a little bit better in the field there. Durham not complaining in the slightest. 48 without loss. Last over of the power play. That's a glorious shot through extra cover by Maddie Villiers to bring up the 50 partnership. Superb batting.
Yeah, really wonderful shot. And you mentioned Daniel Hazel will be delighted with the start. You mentioned how happy she'd be with the attitude, but they're running between the wickets. On the other hand, Paul Pritchard, do you think, will be pretty unimpressed by Hampshire's fielding so far? They've had a couple of chances, of course, and Amanda J. Wellington dropping that one that potentially should have been taken at mid-on, but certainly a few misfields in the short format of the game. You've really got to try and put a stop to that as quickly as possible, because Durham have got off to an absolute flyer here.
Oh, Hardwick bounces back and removes the middle stump as Villiers looks to hoik that across to the leg side. Hampshire pick up their first, and Durham are 52 for 1.
Yeah, it was a good delivery, a bit of a you-miss, I hit, and it was potentially the wrong shot, really. You'd have to think that ball on middle stump should have been planted straight back over Hardwick's head, but a good comeback from her, having been hit for a couple of boundaries.
Yeah, it's always nice out as a bowler, especially when that first one's a little bit of a misfield. The second one was a glorious shot, but Hardwick strikes. And Emily Windsor is the new batter to the crease. Windsor probably been the most consistent of Durham's batters throughout that one-day cup competition. The glue in that middle order, but coming in at number 3. To join captain Holly Armitage. Just 3 balls left of the power play. And a much needed wicket there for Hampshire. .28 from 16 balls, Maddie Villiers. Really nice start. Oh, and a good Yorker, and Windsor straight away continues the excellent running between the wickets. Push to mid-on and set off immediately.
Yeah, really good intent. You have to think that's something that's been talked about in all of the pre-season meetings, pre-tournament meetings. It's something, of course, that every player absolutely knows in a short format of the game. You need to run hard between the wickets, but to actually see it in the flesh is good, as always, and something that Hampshire need to take note of when they get their chance to bat.
Oh, and that one straight and just keeps it a little bit low. Looks like Armitage was in 2 minds there, and in the end does well to keep that one out. So after 2 boundaries off the first 2 balls of this over, Hardwick's fought back nicely. Last ball of the power play. Durham 53 for 1. Short, pulled away, poor ball, great batting. Armitage is not going to miss out on that. And a really nice way for Durham to end the power play, 57 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, really fast hands from Armitage, latched onto the length of that delivery really early. She looks to be in fantastic touch.
27 from 19, the skipper.
Yeah, made 58 in that win v Somerset last week. So certainly in relatively decent form.
So Amanda Jade Wellington's going to come into the attack straight after the power play.
See if she can redeem herself, having dropped that catch early on. A bit more protection, as you say. That will aid her. I'll come through for a quick single here. Once again, the running superb. And Amanda J. Wellington is just asking for 2 fielders to switch. She wants a long on for Armitage. And then a long off for Windsor. You have to think that's been a bowling plan talked about in the meetings before the game. She'll have to field off her own bowling here, you'd think, and won't be able to stop the 2. That's fantastic placement from Armitage. 3 fielders converged on it, and it just split them all.
Yeah, really clever, Billy. Just dropping that right on the circle. Immediate call of 2 and got home comfortably.
She's got a deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, deep cover, and a long on at the moment. This is once again a similar type shot, and look to come back for 2, and they will. Brilliant running once more. Jay Wellington might have to think about plugging that gap somehow.
Yeah, they might just bring the fielders a few yards off the rope. Again, great awareness, just good touch from Armitage. And good trust in your partner, knowing how quick they both are between the wickets.
And also just bring the fielder slightly in off the rope, where it might just entice Armitage in particular to go over the top, try and go over mid-wicket, and may therefore hole out.
Well, that throws miles over the keeper.
Yeah, when a side get off to a fast start like this, it can be slightly head scrambling for a captain. There's a lot to think about.
Just need to slow it down a little bit, maybe, Hampshire.
Gives this one a bit more flight, does Wellington. They'll come through for a easy single this time.
Just looks a bit frantic at the moment. Everybody out there, as you want them to move, is on the move and trying to get into position quickly, but just take your time.
Appeal for leg before, but they'll trot through for what you'd have to therefore think was a bye, awaiting the umpire's signal.
I think a bit of bat on
And
that
a
one.
bit of bat involved, yeah. So a desperation type appeal there, but it ends the 7th over. 64 for 1.
Yeah, again, busy over, relatively risk-free. 65 for 1, Durham. We're going to see another bowling change.
Yeah, Hardwick being hooked, having taken that wicket in the previous over. It's going to be Poppy Tullock, I think, to come into bat.
Just taking their time a little bit here. Rihanna Southby behind the stumps, just trying to get the angles of the fielders in the deep exactly where she wants them. Georgia Adams just having a chat as well, and in fact moving her back exactly where Southby had moved her from. I agree with Southby. I think should possibly be just a little bit behind square. But what do I know? That's why I'm sitting up here. And that will be a wide, is it, to start? No.
Yeah, well, it went through on the bounce to Southby. And she just looks to be re-scratching a bit of a mark and maybe moving forward a touch. We've seen these Durham batters move their feet very well so far. You wonder if she might think about coming up to the stumps to Tulloch.
Full toss driven for a single. Yep, good shout. Definitely one of the better keepers going around the English game, that is for sure. A little bit of relief here for Captain Georgia Adams, now able to put the extra fielders out. Now the power play is done. 66 for 1, Durham. Another full toss and a play and a miss from Windsor. Can they get back for 2? Windsor turns and comes back immediately. That's brilliant running. Must have been a little edge on that from Windsor. She picks up a couple.
The baby having a cry below a commentary box must be a Hampshire fan, you think?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, if I'm honest. I didn't want to say that. I know you're a Hampshire lad. So, yeah, I wasn't going to go there, but I was 100% thinking the same thing. Just maybe once an ice cream on a beautiful day here in Chesley Street. Windsor thinks about a single. Armitage says no. Tidy start so far from Tulloch.
Yeah, just cramped her for room there. Really nice bowling, actually. Bowling to her field as well, with the 2 women out on the leg side.
Again, full driven, but won't beat Titani in the covers. Durham will feel they've probably missed a few opportunities to score in this over, but Tulloch's very happy to keep dotting it up. Just gone for 3 so far off the over.
Yeah, she's come on under a bit of scoreboard pressure through no fault of her own, really. 65 for 1 before this over. It is never an easy place for a new bowler to come on and bowl. But it's just gone for 3 so far, and we know it's so important in the short format to be able to get out of your over, because if this ball goes for a boundary, then it turns it into an okay over for Durham.
This is driven away out to the sweeper on the offside, thinking of a second, but deciding against it. Just the 4 from the over. Durham 69 for 1.
Yeah, very good delivery from Tulloch to finish it off there. Just rolled her fingers across it, I think, in a bit of a slower ball. Which we've seen a little bit of inconsistent bounce so far. A couple have kept slightly low. Potentially Ash taking pace off the ball might be a good plan.
Yeah, agree. I think the more you can change it up, it helps you as a bowler not get lined up, and this is maybe something Durham can learn from bowling second. Obviously got 3 really good spin options as well, Hampshire, with Amanda Jade Wellington, Georgia Adams and Bex Tyson.
Yeah, Jade Wellington just surveying her field, checking everyone's in the right place. And that fielder at long off's very well positioned. We've seen that on the whole, that fielder's been there for, I was just about to say, yeah, that fielder's been at long on for Armitage, and has moved there across there now, and they'll take a single to her.
So even Wellington taking the pace off that, making Armitage reach for it. I'm sure Armitage is thinking over long off.
Cracked hard down the ground by Windsor, but will once again just be a single. You wonder if she's just slightly struggling is the wrong word, Windsor, but 8 off 9 when we saw Armitage and Villiers look a bit more fluent. She's just waiting to get a boundary to get her going, potentially. Good delivery in the block off from Wellington. They've taken all 4 singles in this over so far down the ground.
Yeah, Abby Norgrove's getting plenty of work down here at long off and long on.
Yeah, I just wouldn't be surprised here if Windsor tried to launch one over the top. Decides to go out to deep cover instead, and it's the same result. 5 singles off this over. This is good nous from Wellington. Really nice bowling.
It's been a good couple of overs from Hampshire after a bit of chaos in the power play. Just calm things down a little bit.
If Armitage can find the pace, the lap sweep is potentially on. Drives, and that's a misfield, and that's the last thing Hampshire needed, because that's going to go out to the extra cover boundary. And we've said that their fielding has been slightly lacklustre so far, and that's just another example of it on show. Having been a really good over from Wellington, who had just gone for the 5 so far. As mentioned in the previous over, you've got to get out of it, and she hasn't, meaning that it goes for 9. Durham, 78 for 1.
Yeah, Durham will be grateful, really. That was, again, you're absolutely right, Billy. Another quiet over, and what you want to do is get out of that over without a boundary. And you need all 11 on the field to be part of that plan. We mentioned Southby the over before. Can she stand up to Tulloch? She is going to stand up to the stumps in this over. But yeah, a little bit of release for Durham. 78 for 1 after 9. Holly Armitage moving on to 40.
Yeah, I think this is a really good decision from Southby to try and keep this pair in their crease.
Oh, no ball. First ball of the over. And is this the moment that frees up Emily Windsor? It just looks like she's trying to overhit it a little bit at the moment.
Yeah, her form's been absolutely trending in the right direction. Her scores have improved each game. Last time out, she was 85 against Warwickshire.
She's been super consistent, hasn't she, in that one-day cup? Can you go pace off here or go hard into the wicket, or the fielders out square or behind? Glorious shot from Windsor, knowing she can't be stumped, using her feet and driving beautifully through extra cover for 4. And will that just free up Windsor now?
Yeah, that's certainly a sign of someone in form with the keeper up. Still just deciding to use your feet and trust yourself.
Ashraf just having a chat to the scorers on the walkie-talkie. Change in the field, mid-wicket dropping out and fine leg coming into the circle. So Windsor decides to ramp. And credit to Tulloch, it was a good line. So she had to reverse ramp it almost down to 3rd. And we'll just pick up the single.
She got into position so early that Bex Tyson at deep 3rd could just anticipate it and move across early. She's now moved herself up to a standard 3rd man.
Pace off in the air, but in the gap on the offside. Good backing up from the Hampshire fielders as well. Both of them flying up off the rope and getting into the circle. That will please the coaches. Armitage will look to go downtown. She'll look to try and hit the sight screen if she gets that slow ball again. She just got a bit too much width on that occasion. Real strength of Windsor is her driving also. She drives and beats Titani in the covers. And will she pick up a second boundary for the over? She sure will. Just mentioned the strength of hers as driving. She beats the field and finds the rope.
Yeah, really confident advance down the wicket there. Used the pace as well. Didn't overhit, as you mentioned. That may have been a problem earlier in her innings, but really good shot there.
This is hit again, same gap, but we'll find the sweeper on the offside. The turn and come back for 2. That's great running from Holly Armitage going to the danger end. Yeah,
Ella McCorn did the fielding out there, and she did as well as she possibly could, but the running has been fantastic so far today.
91 for 1 Durham. Winslow, after struggling a little bit early and getting that free hit away, has moved on to 20.
Yeah, 13 off this over. Tulloch's first over was exemplary, but this one has been a bit of all sorts from her, really. A couple of full tosses. She won't want to bowl one here.
That's hit to mid-on. Doesn't quite carry. Great hands from Wellington. She can't hit the stumps. And Windsor rushes through for another single of the over. 92 for 1 Durham. Armitage 41. Windsor 21 at the halfway stage. Great platform.
Absolutely fantastic. You're licking your lips if you're, well, if they get a chance. If you're coming in the lower order, you've got perfect license to just tee off, really. But these two will look to go on for as long as possible. Really, I just wonder if Georgia Adams might come back into the attack sooner rather than later.
She's going to go back to Tyson here by the look of it. This will be Tyson's third over. Has none for 15 so far.
Deep square leg and deep mid wicket, so if they want to go over the top on the offside, that is the gap. But this one's gone down to that mid wicket, who will not cut it off. The sprawling dive over the rope doesn't do the business. It was turned into a full toss as Windsor advanced down the track and swiped through that area, and it's not the start that Tyson would have wanted. Windsor moves herself onto 25.
Yeah, she's gone 25 from 17 now, so that strike rate's really rocketed from a slow start. I think you mentioned she was 8 from 9 not long ago.
Just needs to try and cramp her for room, Tyson. And there's a chance for caught and bowled.
It's a sitter.
And yeah, there's no other word for it really. An absolute sitter. It was a leading edge. She only needed to move a few paces to her left.
There's nothing worse, especially when it's off your own bowling. You just want the world to swallow you up.
And how often do we see the next delivery go for a boundary? Windsor will look to continue to exert pressure here. Goes down the ground. This should be taken.
Oh my goodness.
And I'd argue that was even easier.
Well, you can argue that both should have 100% been taken. I'm not sure which was the easier, though. Both pretty simple chances. That's been symptomatic for Hampshire. Their fielding's been really, really poor.
Armitage on strike this time. This has been worked into the leg side. They'll decide against coming back for a couple. Well, that is the end of a really eventful... Oh, but no, it's absolutely not. Sorry, so much happened that I thought it was, but they were just making a couple of field changes. And really good running between the wickets once more. Not even halfway through, Bill.
Oh, you're a couple short, mate. All good. There's a lot going on there, wasn't it?
Get my coins out.
Get a little counter.
Got down onto the sweep early and they'll get through for a single. So as I say, eventful over. 4 from it, 2 very simple drop chances. One off Tyson's own bowling and the other at mid-on, but As it happens, that is the 100 up for Durham. 100 for 1 at the end of the 11th. Couldn't be a more perfect position, you have to say.
Lovely start from the home team's point of view. Lots of hands on hips out there from a Hampshire point of view. They'll be frustrated. Beck Tyson only got herself to blame, really. Put down a simple chance, then the very next ball straight to the skipper at mid-on. Adams dropped another sitter. Third chance of the innings, and the ground fielding hasn't really been up to scratch either. Wellington is going to continue. She has none for 17 from her too so far. Armitage advances and whips this through mid-wicket. She'll get at least 2. A nice tumbling bit of fielding out there in the deep.
Yeah, that's fantastic batting from Armitage. Saw that gap at mid-wicket and just dropped it in there for a couple. You don't want to overhit those sort of shots, otherwise you'll hit them too well and you'll only be able to get to a single, but that was perfectly placed from someone so experienced.
Oh, good length from Wellington. $102 for 1. Coming down the pitch beat again, good length, and that is something that Durham can look at as well. That really trying to challenge the top of the stumps.
Yeah, it's also the 50 partnership up for this pair. Both contributed nicely to it. As mentioned, Windsor got off to the slow start, but she's been superb in tandem with Armitage.
Hit hard out to deep mid-wicket. Harmon, a little fumble. No damage though. Just the single. 46 now to Holly Armitage. 2 balls left in the over. 103 for 1. Windsor hits this beautifully straight down the ground. Absolutely glorious shot. Probably shot of the day for me. Great use of the feet.
Yeah, fantastic on drive. Moves herself to 31. As you say, wonderful use of the feet as Southby behind the stumps just tries to clap some encouragement to Wellington. Lots of sort of standing around, hands on hips. Really, they've only got themselves to blame, Hampshire. Their fielding has been really poor.
This is hit away through. Wide, long off, and again another fumble. It won't cost them a run though, and that ends Amanda Jade Wellington's third over. She has none for 25. And she'll have been identified probably in those team meetings as one of the danger bowlers. They've managed to take her at just over 8 and over so far, which is where they're at roughly on the run rate scale as well. Durham sitting pretty here, 108 for 1 after 12 overs. In fact, the run rate's at 9s, isn't it? Doing my maths. Quick math.
Just the loss of the 1 wicket so far. Villiers bowled by Hardwick for 28. Adams is going to have a bowl from the Finkel end, having dropped a catch in the previous over, replacing Tyson. Good use of the feet once more. They'll try and come through for a quick single hit, direct hit, and there's trouble, but no, it was good running once more. It was a safe enough single. Potentially, you argue, went to the wrong end.
Very comfortable in the end, yeah. Windsor was on the back foot, wasn't she? So she might have been better throwing to the bowler's end. Armitage even just ambled through for that single.
Good stopper. Cover. Yeah, you feel like they had a couple of good overs, Hampshire, but have just let the pressure off with that fielding. You feel like this over is absolutely vital to try and get a breakthrough here. That's really good batting from Armitage. Just came down the track early and pushed it down to long on for a single. edged, and this one may run away for a boundary with the spin just taking it away, but no, they won't, and they'll trot through for a very easy 2.
Yeah, just took the pace off that one, Adams. Drawing a false shot from Windsor. He picks up a couple. She'll not be bothered anyway. 35 now.
A 4 from this over so far, a bit of a breather potentially for Hampshire. This one's given more flight by Adams, and it will be stopped. So now you have that debate again, whether she can get out of the over. What they'd really love is to break this partnership, to be honest. Might try and just tuck Windsor up for room here. 3 fielders out on the boundary on the leg side. Flights one over the top, should be taken, and is. Finally, having had so many chances put down, they've held on to one. Good catch, probably the hardest of the lot, you have to say.
Yeah. Poppy Tulloch did well.
Yeah, Tulloch, really nice take just above her head, moving backwards. And Adams has her first. Durham 112 for 2. Windsor has to go for a really well-made 35.
Yeah, you feel that's been coming. There's been a few opportunities for Hampshire. Emily Windsor played nicely, 35 from 26. 112 for 2. And Bess Heath gets to the middle just about as quickly as anybody that I know. She's desperate to get out there and make a difference. In some good form herself at the moment. We see Ryan Campbell enter the house, looking 25 rather than, I'm not going to tell you his exact age, but maybe double that. Bucket hat on. Yeah, important breakthrough. But what Durham do have is plenty of wickets in hand. Holly Armitage still at the crease, 47 from 37. A big 7 overs left in this innings. What Durham won't want to do is lose the momentum they've created so far.
Well, Heath had some wonderful fluent striking in her 51 versus Somerset, very counter-attacking. You have to say she's the perfect person to come in this situation. Rogers as well, who you'd think will see next potentially.
Yeah, it was a big partnership last week between them, wasn't it?
Partnership.
Tatani back into the attack. Armitage paddles this one around the corner. Not with a great deal of efficiency. Not a lot of pace on that ball, but she'll pick up a single and move on to 48. And bring Bess Heath on to strike as she takes a guard. Great platform built so far by the top order. Villiers with 28 from 16. Windsor 35 from 27. Skipper's job will be to probably bat through the innings and put the ownership on the new batters coming in to hit the ground running. Tatani around the wicket. That's driven beautifully. One of the hardest shots we've seen hit all day, but can't beat the field.
Yeah, you have to think they'll be looking to get as close to 200 as possible, really, here. Durham, they've got wickets in hand.
This is pulled away, not quite timed out into the deep. She'll pick up a single there. Nancy Harmon doing the fielding.
Yeah, slightly toed-ed, I think, Heath, but gets herself off the mark.
Armitage paddles this around the corner again, and this will run away for 4 and bring up 50 for the captain. From just 39 deliveries, that's her 5th boundary. First and leading from the front.
Done it at good pace as well. She raises the bat to the plight applause.
Got the pace on that one she wanted. Really clever. Might force Hampshire in just a change in the field here. They might have to drop fine leg, which they're going to. Bring long off into mid-off. So this opens up another area of strength for Armitage if she can clear mid-on or mid-off. It's a strange field. Armitage chops this one away into the offside. Picks up another single. That's what Durham will be doing now, trying to pick up a boundary off every over. Scoring towards that 10 and over mark. Plenty of wickets still in hand. And this could be hit perfectly badly where they get to. They think about it, but Datani does well. I tell you what. So did Bex Tyson taking that return. Not a lot of backing up outside of there. That ends the over. An eventful single. Durham 120 for 2 after 14.
I have to think the rest of Adams, Tyson's got 1 over left. Wellington bowled out. But these 2 overs from Adams, I think, will dictate what sort of score Durham were able to get here. 6 overs left in the innings, 120 for 2. Adams just sorting her field out. She's bringing long off up to mid off. So she's got a deep square leg, deep mid wicket and a long on. At the moment, we'll just look to bowl into the pads of Bess Heath.
Love a little cameo from Bess Heath here. A flurry of boundaries from her. Super aggressive batter.
Has now a long on and a long off, so trying to avoid Armitage from just going over the top down the ground, so instead she just pushes this one for 1 to long on. Really good from Adams there, just cramping her for room.
Next ball's a reverse.
Goes down the ground. This could be a 1 bounce 4 if it can't be cut off, but really good fielding. We've mentioned how poor Hampshire's fielding's been, but that was a wonderful diving effort.
Abby Norgrove. Superb fielding.
Oh, it lands just short of Datani.
Bit of confusion. I love it. Bit of chaos. T20 cricket is back. Diving fielding. Dynamic running.
Really good over this from Adams, just the 5 from it. I think you could see the big shot coming from Armitage here to end out this over, and tries to go down the ground with 1, but it just evades Adams. They'll think about coming back for a second, but rightly so, decide against it. So that is just 6 from it. Really well bowled from Adams. Durham 126 for 2 after 15.
Yeah, it was an excellent over. Probably unlucky not to pick up a wicket there off the last ball of the over. Perfect club from Holly Armitage, just chipping it over the top of the very tall Georgia Adams. Amanda Jade Wellington looks like she's going to come on and finish her spell from the from the Lumley end. Five overs left. Can Durham capitalise on this brilliant start? Oh, is that a miss-stumping or is there a little edge there? Been praising the work of Southby, and it is by, so that is a chance.
I have to say, I was just about to say I thought there was a little inside edge.
Infectious. Looked like Hampshire just turned the corner with their fielding a little bit there. Run down the wicket and sweep, not often seen. She'll tap and come back, knowing Holly Armitage, and she does it well. Excellent running from the skipper. If you're not scoring boundaries, you need to be working the fielders, picking up twos. Not going to see many threes in T20 cricket with the ground size so small.
Yeah, there's quite a big gap at sort of mid-wicket, really, if Armitage wanted to just knock.
Good old
and
cow
run for
corner.
two.
Yep, quite straight mid-on. Maybe with mid-off being in the circle. She tries to find that gap, but will find Nancy Harmon, who's been patrolling out there in the deep. Another single. And Bess Heath's reputation as a reverse sweeper sees the sweeper at point come behind square. There you go. Left-handed, and it's more of a slog sweep through extra cover or mid-wicket, depending on whether you're left or right-handed, and I'm sure at times Bess Heath not sure which one she is. But it's taken longer than I thought to get her into that left-handed position.
Yeah, and Datani once again diving to her right. We've seen her go for a couple of diving catches. This one once again just evades her.
This one's tucked into the leg side. They set off quickly, thinking of two, but Harmon does well. Keeps it down to one.
Adams and Wellington have just done quite well here to stem the flow of boundaries, because Durham were pretty rampant with Windsor and Armitage going through the middle phase of this game.
Oh, Armitage gets into such a good position that she can smash that behind square for four. Brilliant batting from the captain. And the last ball of Amanda Jade Wellington's spell goes for four. She finishes 4 overs, no maidens, none for 34. Armitage moves into the 60s on 62. Durham 138 for 2 with 4 overs remaining.
Yeah, it was unusually poor figures from Amanda Jade Wellington, who's taken at least 1 wicket in every match she's played so far this season, so that streak will come to an end. Adams is going to finish her spell here. Really important over this in the context of what Durham are going to make, and Heath will face up. We'll try and push for 2, but I don't think that's going to be on, and isn't good fielding. Yeah, it's just gone a bit quiet up until that boundary at the end of the last over. Adams has bowled pretty tightly, as we'd expect from such a fantastic cricketer. 1 for 21, her figures as they stand. But 139 for 2, you have to say Durham at the moment haven't converted this platform. They'll need a few more boundaries. This one will just go on the bounce out to mid-wicket. I think Ellen McCorn, that is, who does the fielding. Bit of a sawn-off follow-through on that occasion from Armitage. Heath now has the strike and tries to go over the top and does successfully, but this should be hauled in. They'll get back for a couple, though. Almost seemed to be in two minds there, Heath, about how hard to try and hit that, and sort of overhit it and got slightly out of shape and didn't time it either. Goes for the switch hit this time, and has she got all of this, or will it be taken? No, lands just over the head, and they'll come back for a couple once more.
Excellent running that from Armitage. Bess Heath not quite timing the ball, maybe just again trying to overhit it at the moment. Armitage is just taking her time. Dry off her hands.
Yeah, well, I know Heath does love to get into that left-handed position. Obviously does it very well, but I also wonder if it's someone just slightly struggling for timing out of the middle, trying to reinvent something. I just wonder if going down the ground over, as she's been trying to do, over mid-off is the play really, but then you're going against the spin of Adams.
big ball here. You feel. Last ball of Adam Spell. She has one for 27.
Yeah, the Hampshire fight back here has been absolutely fantastic. Can Adams get out of her over?
Shot.
Heath does finally get hold of one, and she won't get out of his over for the second over in succession. Her boundary goes off the last delivery. This one over cover. Really good hitting from Heath, and that might just release the shackles. Used her feet early, moves herself onto 18, 148 for 2 at the end of the 17th.
Yeah. Excellent batting. And you just feel that was the option, wasn't it? She's trying to clear that infield on the offside. She's done beautifully there. Down the wicket. Over extra cover for 4. Durham in a strong position, but can they be in a stronger position and finish off this innings with a flurry of boundaries? Will Rhodes entering the house. So there's going to be a change of bowling at both ends now. Both bowlers have bowled out. Got Poppy Tulloch back into the attack from the Lumley end. Tidy start from her. She expensive second over. Has none for 18 so far. This is driven. Can it be caught? Tatani does well in the end. Just died in front of her.
It really feels like the ball's followed her for most of the innings, Tatani.
Yeah, she's in the hot spot there, isn't she? In that extra cover zone. There's been a few just out of reach or just dropping in front. Heath on strike, 18 from 14. Great take from Southby. It'll be a wide. And that is the first wide of the innings. Incredible.
Yeah, that is incredible.
Brings up the 150 for Durham. A ripple of applause around the ground. Hit. Does it get over mid-off? It does clear Adams and goes all the way for 6. Lovely strike by Bess Heath.
Yeah, and it was pace off and looked like to be a really decent delivery. And I don't think she got all of it, Bess Heath, by any stretch of the imagination. But these modern bats, as certain people would say.
Modern bats. Lovely strike.
I need all the help I can get.
You and me
My
both.
puny arms.
Oh, that will be the second wide. Durham just turning the pressure back on here.
Yeah, I think she needs to continue with that pace off. I don't think that was a bad delivery by any stretch of the imagination. On another day, it probably goes to hand. But can be difficult for
It's the
for a
hard
youngster.
thing, I think, in women's cricket, that you're only allowed the 4 outside the circle. So normally in a men's game, you'd have mid-off back. So you just have to be very careful of your length. Oh, and that's hit away into the leg side. Harmon under it. Takes a good catch. Moving around. He's not quite timing that one. And Hampshire pick up their 3rd wicket. Durham 157 for 3. And Bess Heath goes for 24.
Yeah, Heath would be pretty irritated that she didn't plant that into the Health Club stand. You'd have to say it was certainly there to be hit. But it was a productive innings, even if she didn't quite get into full steam. But certainly now Durham need to ensure that they almost get to where they should get, because as we were saying, they set a beautiful platform.
Indeed. Heather Graham on debut for Durham. Bit of Perth sunshine here for her in Chesley Street. Joining Captain Holly Armitage out there, 157 for 3, Durham. Taking over the overseas duties from Talia Wilson, who has gone home, and then we'll be heading back shortly for the World Cup. Off the mark immediately with a clip into the leg side. And just settle for the single. $158 for 3. I'm not sure who'd be the happier of the two sides here, actually. You feel like Durham have been really ahead of the game, but have they transferred that into serious scoreboard domination? Probably not.
Oh, I think the happier of the two sides absolutely is Hampshire, to be honest. Even though with their drop chances and poor fielding, they've really done well to pull this back in the last 5-6 overs or so.
Oh, casually taken. Amanda Jade Wellington picks up Holly Armitage. So 2 wickets in the over. Armitage goes for 64. A brilliant innings from the captain. And Hampshire just dragging themselves back into this game. That run rate up around just under 9 and over. So you would think 180 is a minimum that Durham would be expecting here. As Mia Rogers comes to the wicket.
Yeah, she's going to need more of that clean striking we saw against Somerset.
Indeed. 6 fours, 49 deliveries for Holly Armitage. Tulloch picks up 2 wickets in the over. Two wickets in 3 balls, in fact.
Well, Rogers is in the slightly unenviable but classic T20 position of needing to go from the off hit.
Yeah, all things must go. She drives nicely. Datani gets a nasty bounce. There, off the mark. And 159 now for 4. So Tulloch picks up a couple in the over, has 2 for 29 from her 3. Will we see Datani back into the attack? And maybe one from Tyson to finish? Or will they give Tulloch another over? That's the advantage they've got now. They've given Hardwick has bowled just the 1 over. She picked up 1 for 13 in that over. But by using 6 bowlers, it just gives you a little bit of choice at the back end of the innings for Captain Georgia Adams. And Durham will be trying to pick up 20 at least off the last 2 overs.
It looked at a time like 180 was a certainty, really. Wonderful shot from Rogers over the top. Over cover and a 1 bounce 4. We mentioned she had to get going from the off, and she's done really well there, using the feet nicely and going with the spin.
It's a great time to come into battle, isn't it? You've got that freedom. Durham still have 6 wickets left in hand.
Yeah. And the decision's made up for you. There's absolutely no thought about. I mean, I know there's argument to say in T20 cricket, everyone's sort of being aggressive from the off, but there are certainly patches you come in where sort of, well, we'll just have a look for a couple of the overs. But here, there's no doubt about it. You have to go from the off, and she's done well there. Just having a discussion about the field here, potentially. As you say, the trouble with only having 4 fielders out is that there is always scope to go over the offside. Tries a lap here and has been bowled, I think.
Yeah.
Well, innovation is such a part of the modern game, but she gets it wrong there. Was almost cramped for room in a strange way when she tried to get into the left-handed position. And Rogers goes for just 5, 163 for 5. Durham just falling slightly by the wayside here.
Yeah, they are. They're probably just putting a little bit of pressure back on themselves. 163, as you mentioned, for 5 now. 10 balls left in the innings. Be looking for 3 or 4 boundaries off those 10 balls. Grace Thompson, the new batter to the crease. 77 and 88 out there. Feels a bit like Miami out there today.
49 v the Blaze and 30 not out relatively recently against Warwickshire.
She batted brilliantly in the real losing cause against the Blaze.
That you think would be a wide and is. Tyson trying to cramp the new batter for room. And just getting it wrong. I think occasionally, obviously, you never want any extras. But if that's the plan and she's just got it slightly wrong that side, you'd rather she strays that way than giving width onto the offside and that she gets it right that time. They'll just get a single, you would think.
Yeah, 100% agree. You often see that more with the wide line on the offside when you've got that field set out there. But you're right, if that's the plan and sometimes it doesn't quite go right, then you're happy to give away one versus an easy boundary.
Graham will now face up, just surveying the field. Giving a little bit more flight rather than being darted into the pitch, and she'll come through for a single. Lots of encouragement for Tyson as she goes back to the mark. Turns this one into a full toss, and once again, it's just a single.
Lovely little shout of "Come on, Durham" from a little child out there.
Might try and push hard and take a second on the throw here. No, they don't really. Really good work from Abby Norgrove at long on.
She's had a solid day in the field, hasn't she? She's probably one of the few that can hold her head high. Durham 168 for 5. 1 over go. 1 over go. 1 over 2 go. So you can see the ground staff just starting to get ready on the right hand side of your picture. Beautiful afternoon here in Chesley Street. The Banks Homes Riverside bathed in sunshine. I've witnessed some good cricket so far and some average cricket. In several drop chances.
Yeah, they've certainly redeemed themselves at the back end of this innings. Hampshire, it looked at a time they could be chasing in and around the 200 mark.
Yeah.
Unlikely to get that from here, Durham.
Tulloch slapped through extra cover, but there is a sweeper. Now, they're good field placing, you'd have to say. Unusual field placing to have your sweeper in that area. 169 for 5. 5 balls left. Can Durham pick up a couple of boundaries in this last over just to grab some momentum back? Down the leg side, is that a wide?
I think it was off the pad.
No,
so
it is
some
pad.
leg
Yeah,
by,
good shout, Billy. It's a leg by. $170 now on the board. Which in isolation, you'd be pretty happy with that batting first, but I think Durham have left a few.
And more importantly, it looks a pitch and a day filled with runs.
Oh, big swing from Graham. A bit of inside edge. Trickled away to Wellington for a single. This is great stuff, this from a Hampshire point of view. Really put the squeeze on in the last few overs.
Yeah, Tulloch's been excellent in her last 2 overs. Was a bit expensive in her first couple, but she's really redeemed her figures. Now 2 for 31 are looking relatively respectable, but all can change in these last 3 balls.
Thompson hits that beautifully over the offside to pick up a much-needed boundary for Durham. Using a reach. 175 now. 2 balls left in the innings. Thompson down, they'll come back for 2. Surely they'll come back for 2. Graham touches and goes. Nice placement there from Grace Thompson. 177 for 5. Last ball of the innings.
Yeah, boundary gets them over 180, which, as mentioned at one point, looked like an almost certainty, really. Any width from Tulloch, and you'd think it will be dispatched over cover, so she needs to try and cramp Thompson for room here.
Clear that front leg, Grace. Oh, it's beautifully bowled. Grace Thompson, is she going to be run out off the last ball? No, she gets through somehow. She must have got a bit of bat on it as well, so she'll pick up a single. She's limping, actually, Grace Thompson, as she goes off. But that ends the Durham innings. 178 for 5. So like I said, on a whole, you'd be pretty happy with that total. I guess the question is, we'll find out in about an hour and a half's time whether that's enough. We'll be back with Hampshire's run chase, and they'll require the best part of 9 runs and over. And you feel that if Durham can take their chances, they're in with a good shot at defending that total.
Just going to say a big apology actually for the big screen. We've got some gremlins in there, but we're trying to work them out, trying to sort that out. Not ideal on match day, I know. But we're working on it. to your Durham team, led up by Holly Armitage, as they aim to defend 178. Opening the batting for our visitors, Ellen McCord and Georgia Adams. Opening the bowling for Durham at the lovely end, Maddie Villiers.
Well, welcome back to the run chase. Hampshire requiring 8.9 and over. The target 179. Maddie Villiers is going to open the bowling for Durham. And we've got Ella McCorn and Georgia Adams opening the batting. Oh, a little bit of turn there, first ball. This one's tucked to end of the leg side, and Hampshire are underway.
Yeah, as we were mentioning, you'd think Durham would have taken that total at first look, but really we're a few short, and I think Hampshire's fight back in the second half of that innings has to give them confidence.
Oh, Adams thinking of using a feet, a little bit of confusion. Mia Rogers behind the stumps. Got good options and good depth in the wicket keeping with Bess Heath. Also more than capable behind the stumps. And the sweep from Adams won't beat Levick. It's a tidy start so far. Oh, tossed up. And there's a chance. Beaten in the flight, as was Mia Rogers. What Durham don't want to do is to let that become infectious, as it was in that Hampshire fielding innings. How costly will that be? Really good start this from Maddie Villiers. Just the one so far off the first 5 balls.
Yeah, she's extracting a lot more turn than we saw from the likes of Georgia Adams, Amanda Jade Wellington.
They roughed the pitch up halfway through, mate. It's a home tactic. This one's short and hammered away, and often happens. The last ball of the over. Saw that quite a lot in the first innings, goes for 4. Disappointing that from a Durham point of view. Georgia Adams let off in the first over. She'll look to capitalise on that as this innings progresses. Hampshire 5 without loss after 1.
Yeah, that was a pretty poor delivery from Villiers. Just gave Adams so much time to get in her back foot. But still, only 5 from the over, and that's the thing. There will be some scoreboard pressure here. That run rate will, required run rate will start to climb.
Yeah, it jumps above 9 already. Trudy Johnson, ball in hand. Predominantly in swing bowler.
She's going to come into McCorn. Starts with a very tidy line and length.
Hit the splash to the back quite hard, that actually. It's a good start from Johnson.
Yeah,
One thing that, sorry Billy, just to jump in really early to be conscious of was how disciplined that Hampshire were with the ball. We mentioned they didn't bowl a wide till very, very late in the innings. Can Durham follow that discipline?
A few half-hearted appeals, Trevor. But yeah, that's a fantastic point, actually. And only 1 no ball from memory, maybe a couple. But so important in this format of the game. But really, it's the drop catches that Durham can't have, and we've already seen a stumping chance go begging.
Yeah.
You mentioned known for in swing. That one certainly moved in a little bit. Something for McCorn to be wary of, as that one is a wide.
Yeah, just 3 wides and a no ball in that Hampshire bowling effort, which will please their coaches.
You have to say that 2024 was a bit of a breakout year for Johnson, named in the England under-19 squad for the Women's World Cup campaign in Malaysia. Decent bit of in-swing there. Once again, off the inside half of the bat. It's been worked down to deep square leg. There's a bit of a bank of clouds sort of descends on Chester Street. It's a rather light grey. Sort of plain trails type clouds. And look for a quick single here. That's very good running from this pair, McCorn and Adams. Good calling. We mentioned that was a real feature of Durham's innings, especially at the top. They've done it to good effect there.
There's plenty of options with the ball for Durham as well. They've got those 3 spin options. Katie Levick and Catherine Fraser.
McCorn calls Adams through for a single. It was a good tumbling stop.
Yeah, Maddie Villiers at mid-on. She's a great athlete in the field, Maddie. And then, yeah, seam options with Trudy Johnson, ball in hand, Grace Thompson, Heather Graham. Sophia Turner also in the side. So lots of options for Holly Armitage.
Last ball of Johnson's first over, and it's a good way to finish. Tucks Adams up, and she'll have to field off her own bowling. There's no run there. So 9 for none after 2 overs. A good start from Durham.
Yeah, excellent work. 170 still required from 18 overs. That run rate already nudging up towards 9.5. We're going to see one of Durham's trump cards, Katie Levick, into the attack very, very early. When you do have that many options, sometimes you can get 1 or 2 in earlier than you would want from the opposition's point of view.
Yeah, well, we saw Amanda J. Wellington. She didn't bowl until out of the power play when there was a bit more protection out. But Levitt choosing potentially the riskier but more fruitful option of bowling in the power play.
Yeah, absolutely bang on, Billy. Risk and reward. Comes down the wicket, won't beat Armitage in the covers. Nice start from Levick. A really good start, channeling that ball towards the stumps. And Hampshire will look back on a game that probably think they should have won as well against Somerset the other day and end up getting a tie. Oh, reverse. Will it get in the gap? Oh, it does somehow. But Trudy Johnson will do the fielding. Keep it to 2. Spin on the ball, just taking it away from Maddie Villiers, diving at backward point. Oh, dropped. Is it run out? Oh my goodness. So there's 2 chances in the first 3 overs at Durham, and that was a pretty simple chance at square leg. I think it's Bess Heath there.
Yeah, it was hit hard by McCorn, but should have been taken, really.
This one's hit down towards long off. Grace Thompson will do the fielding. It's been a tidy start from a runs point of view, but Durham will be disappointed with a couple of chances that they've let slip through their grasp. One for each. And Adams hits that one to mid-on and won't get a run. So it's a tidy start from Levick. Should have picked up a wicket. Hampshire 12 without loss after 3.
Yeah, really good length from Levick there. Decided to go slightly fuller. And to good effect. Yeah, it's a slow start from Hampshire. This you wouldn't be surprised if one or both of this pair just try and do something aggressive and potentially, well, rash would be the wrong word because they need to be aggressive, but it certainly may look rash. They need to be wary of not over-hitting and getting out of shape.
It's nudging 10 and over that run rate required as well. You don't want to get that north of 10 early.
Yeah,
sorry, Billy, I was just going to say Durham have picked up a bit of momentum even without taking those first 2 opportunities.
Yeah, spot on. And Johnson just needs to try and continue to cramp these 2 for him. Anything with width, and it will be dealt with. And that's exactly where she needs to be bowling, slightly back of her length and angling it into McCorn. Because as we saw quite a lot of the time with Durham, their boundaries sort of came over that cover area. Yeah. Use the feet really nicely.
You can see the Durham fielder sitting right on the ring as well, trying to protect that boundary.
Shifting around in her crease. McCorn just trying to get something going here, but it was good bowling from Johnson. So often as a bowler, Ash, it can be off-putting to see a batter moving around and her crease like that, but she stuck to her guns. And we see, more often not, I think almost more in the women's game, how early they seem to move.
Yeah, you're right. And that's the option, isn't it? There's a big gap there. If you can beat Grace Thompson there at 45.
That's a really good delivery from Johnson. Went fuller and wider. McCorn really struggling here. 6 from 12.
You can sense the frustration out there. And a great deal of communication. That might be where you want your skipper to come down and go, listen, just get me on strike here.
Yeah.
Don't do anything stupid.
You get the feeling that the next ball is almost a boundary or a wicket type delivery here. Oh, and it potentially should have been a wicket.
Or a boundary.
Or a boundary. It was off the toe. It was off the toe of McCorn's bat, and it was almost a pitching wedge just over the infield. Would have certainly been a tough chance.
Perfect club. But you're right, you could sense that something was brewing there, couldn't you? Sophia Turner at mid-off, unable to get back and grab that. Not even a half chance, really. Just cleared it.
This one's gone high. Will it fall into the gap again? It does. They'll look to come back for a couple, but won't. Riding their luck, this pair. But potentially one of these slightly strange situations where Durham are perfectly happy not taking a wicket. They're not necessarily going anywhere at all, this pair, and both really struggling to time it.
Yeah, the strike rates are absolutely nowhere at the moment for all the risk that's being taken. Oh, that's
this
a shot.
One's been hit a bit cleaner and will race away off the practice scores. Will that just Reese Adams, who's had to sit at the non-strikers end for an extended period of time, ends the 4th over in good fashion for the Hampshire Hawks. They're 19 for none.
Yeah, 19 without loss after 4. Still a good start, you would have to say, from a Durham point of view. First time we've seen a little bit of cloud cover, as Billy mentioned. I think we should just cool things down out there. And Durham changing the attack again. Maddie Villiers back into the attack.
Yeah, with the pressure on these two, I think this is the perfect choice, really, to bowl a bowler who's already bowled an over, who's already in the game.
This is hit away. Out into mid-wicket will be 1 bounce. Out to Heather Graham, I think it is, fielding out there.
And we saw that Villiers really extracted a decent bit of turn in her first over.
Yeah, probably the most in the match, you'd say.
So that's something for Adams, who's on strike at a runnable 9 now, to be mindful. McCorn at the other end, 10 from 16, who's faced more of the strike and has evidently really struggled.
This is hit in the air. Is it going to evade the field again? No, it's a good running catch from the captain, who's had an excellent day so far. And Durham pick up their first wicket. And it's the dangerous George Adams going for 9. Hampshire 20 for 1. Probably the toughest out of all 3 chances so far.
Yeah, potentially, and that was coming. You have to say, as we mentioned, the pair going absolutely nowhere. Adams should face less of the strike, knowing that she had to do something. And as Adams walks off, McCorn is just probably getting some instruction as she was brought on, as she was brought some water on. Is this
Tatani, yeah, the new batter to the crease. Lots of work to do. That run rate required now is up above 10 and over, and Durham have picked up their first wicket. What this will challenge Durham with is a left-hand, right-hand combination. First left-hander we've seen today. Durham don't possess a left-hander in the squad. Being a left-hander myself, that's absolutely ridiculous. Something I remind Danny Hazel of, who is married to a left-hander all the time. And she's an off-spinner, Danny Hazel, by trade. Yeah, lovely tight start from Durham with the ball. As a batter coming in, you look at that scoreboard knowing that you need an over 10 and over. You're under pressure immediately. She slaps that away through the offside and will get off the mark, Tatani. $21 for 1. Lovely loop and nicely slog swept, controlled, out to Graham in the deep.
Yeah, she did score 69 v Somerset on Friday, McCorn, so there's a bit of form there, but she's just not quite been able to translate that up to the northeast.
Swept and swept hard and away for 4. Got a line wrong there, Maddie Villiers. As in her first over, the last ball of the over goes for 4. 26 for 1 after 5.
Yeah, good start from Tatani, and you wonder if that impetus might just translate and help McCorn, if Tatani can be a bit more fluent.
Last over of the power play.
Yeah, you'd think it needs to be a pretty big one, almost sort of something teens. It's going to be Johnson to bowl it. They do say that it can be pretty risky giving bowlers 3 in the power play, but that's been the decision here. None for 11 so far, her figures. And it's a wonderful start right in the block hole, and that swing's still on show.
Yeah, I think you're using Johnson to her strengths if that ball's still new and still swinging. I think you're absolutely right. It is a risky decision, but I think she's bowled 2 overs, none for 11 so far, so she's probably earned the right. And if Captain Holly Armitage can get 3 overs out of her at the start, then she'll feel she's winning.
That one looked to come through with a bit more pace, and McCorn can't deal with it as she tried to move her feet. Put so much pressure on the rest of the Hampshire batting lineup, with McCorn chewing up deliveries here as she tries to go for the reverse but doesn't get anything on it.
Yeah, that's a low percentage shot, and you can see there the old double teapot on. She's frustrated, not making any eye contact with the partner.
Or with the dressing room.
Yeah, just looking off into the distance. I think you called it in the last over. You feel something's going to happen here. Last over the power play. Corn under pressure.
3 dots so far. She'll get off strike here with a single, but it's only a single. Durham won't mind that by any stretch of the imagination. And now Johnson with a different prospect has been angling the ball into the right-handers so far. Will now have to bowl to the left-handed Tatani. Will she change her angle and bowl around the wicket? No, she's not looking like she's going to. So this will just be angling the one across. There's a deep cover. Timed nicely, but stopped in the covers, no run.
It's been a brilliant power play from Durham. From a runs perspective. See, Emma McCorn's still at the non-strikers and looks like she's just contemplating life right now.
Run rate's just edging up to 11 and over. Now only 1 from Johnson. What a great decision to keep her on. Will this be worked away for 4? It will, so she can't get out of the over, but just 5 from it is still a very good return. And even though she's gone wicketless, none for 17, she's more than done her job, Ash, to start this innings. Tatani, though, looks to be in slightly better form than her teammates. 31 for 1.
Yeah, it's a good shout. She has done her job. Unlucky not to pick up a wicket, but that ends the power play. And with just 31 on the board, from a Durham point of view, they'll be very happy. And you can just sense the frustration from Hampshire. I probably feel like they've thrown one away down at Somerset the other day. Then they've had the long trip from Taunton up to Chesley Street. Having done that several times, I can tell you that isn't a fun trip. Maddie Villiers is going to continue. Sorry, it's not. It's Catherine Fraser is into the attack. This is driven away and will find the gap. Not perfectly timed as Grace Thompson does the fielding. We say there's not many threes, and there won't be on this occasion as Thompson does well. Catherine Fraser, the Scottish international, into the attack. Driven. And the captain can do no wrong. Holly Armitage in the covers. Ends the misery for Emma McCorn. She goes for 14. Durham pick up their second. Hampshire 33 for 2.
Yeah, pretty miserable. 22 deliveries from McCorn. Not an innings she'll look back on fondly. But as you say, Holly Armitage can't do anything wrong. Durham can't do anything wrong. 2 women, they've been pretty exemplary so far. And a few more tight overs, and you'd pretty much say that's job done.
Yeah, and this is where you're going to get opportunities presented to you because the pressure is on to score. Like I say, they're pushing towards that 11 and over mark really, really quickly. Got Francesca Sweet, the new batter, to the crease under immense pressure.
Yeah, only signed for Hampshire this year. Actually came through the Sussex Academy from under the under 11s to under 18s.
Thinks of a single, Katie Levick. I bet we'll see Katie Levick into the attack very, very quickly.
Sweet did score 50 against Yorkshire and 35 not out against the Blaze, so there is some form there, but a lot of pressure on young shoulders here.
Oh, that one's hit away into the leg side, and she might have hit it badly enough to get 2. Not the case. Don't know if it was my eyes. I thought she was aiming offside there and dragged it across.
No, she was. Bit of a leading edge. You have to think Levick will be doing some windmills.
Oh,
desperate.
Yeah. I'm ready, Skip.
Desperate to get on.
I think Katie Levick's just always ready. Yeah, great line. Really good line. Change of pace. She does vary her pace really nicely, Fraser. Can bowl it very slowly. Then has that change up.
Yeah, it just kept a touch low, that one as well. Not much spin going on with the arm.
Well, that's hit hard down the ground. Will just be the single. And again, every over that Durham can get through without a boundary is a win. Sorry, I was just watching the umpire there. He was waving his arms around. I wasn't sure if I'd jumped the gun thinking it was over or not. 35 for 2 after 7. That run rate getting perilously close to the... In fact, it's just jumped past the 11 and over mark. 179 still required.
Titani has to be the one you'd think if Hampshire want to get anywhere near this target to go on and get a big score.
Yeah, she's the one who's looked like she's come in and settled immediately. Come on, Durham. The shouts from young and old.
Yeah, that's fantastic running between the wickets from Sweet and Titani. Real intent and intent that is required to come back for a couple there, but it's boundaries really that they need. Villiers now bowling from the Finkel end, has bowled her previous 2 overs from the Lumley end. Sweet may try and sweep with the spin. No, she goes against it and will get a single to deep cover.
She's timed the ball nicely from the start, hasn't she, so far?
Yeah, just the full ball's face, but she's looked to be quite busy in the crease.
Yeah.
You have to say, moving. We've seen a lot of advancing down the wicket for her. It's more just been moving around the crease. Titani will take a single. You just wonder what the instructions may have been from the dressing room. Is there not really much they can say to these Hampshire batters? Is it just get going and be really aggressive? Exactly. But we've certainly not seen the pair being overly aggressive. They don't seem to be too panicked as of yet. I'm sure internally they're thinking about how they go about it. But certainly the target of 179 is feeling a rather long way off at this point in time. Sweet does use her feet here. And is it going to go all the way for 6? No, 1 bounce 4.
Yeah, nice shot.
Really good shot. Moves herself to 9. You mentioned that she looked busy and looked to be striking it well, and there's a perfect example of it there. 8 from 6. And Hampshire, they certainly need a bit more where that's come from.
Yeah, it didn't look to overhit it. I think there's a lot more power to come there. Looks like she's got good levers. Just timed that nicely over long off. Hampshire require a lot more of those. 44 for 2 after 8. Can have Sophia Thompson into the attack. No, it's Heather Graham, in fact. Right, our medium pace with Will Bowl, lots of changes of pace. Some thuds into the pads of Titani. Will be a leg by. .45 for 2. It's an interesting one you mentioned about Sweet, that coming through the Sussex programme, and with them not having Tier 1 cricket, that's a player that they've lost. cuts that beautifully away, and there's a bit of a mix-up. Chance for a run out with a direct hit. But good fielding from Bess Heath. Yeah, I mean, we see quite a lot of movement in the men's game from Division 2 to Division 1, with people having ambitions to stake further claims in the game. All the pace taken off that one from Graham.
Emilio Gay would be the prime example of that. They're coming up to the northeast, and isn't his?
Yeah, at the moment, absolutely relevant. Yeah,
Test call up.
I mean, ironically, we got relegated last year, but I mean, he's hit the ground running again this year. Been in superb form. Away in England camp at the moment. And that's hit down the ground, hit hard, hit firmly, and hit for 4. Lovely strike by Datani.
Yeah, she struck it cleanly ever since she got to the crease. Hasn't done anything too explosive and didn't overhit that one. Stayed in shape nicely and moves on to 16.
Brings up the Hampshire 50. Short and hammered away. Tatani's not giving up. You'd have to say at the moment she's the real threat to Durham. Moves on to 20 from just 12 balls.
Yeah, she struck that absolutely beautifully. Moved in her crease early and picked up the length early as well. Back-to-back boundaries, a little bit of pressure on Graham here. And it didn't necessarily go her way with the bat either earlier on.
Yeah, it's just the 5 balls, 5 not out in her innings. Oh, this one's hit to the sweeper. So a better over for Hampshire. There's 11 off that over. 10 off the bat and 1 off the pad. That's still not quite up with the required rate, but I'm sure Hampshire will take it all the same. Couple of boundaries in that over.
It'll be interesting to see if Villiers is bowled out here or whether they'll make a change.
Looks like Fraser's going to continue. They've still got 3 overs left of Katie Levick as well. Lots of options. Sophia Turner, Grace Thompson as well. Alex Lee's just wandering around for a net in front of us. Was in great form to start off his blast campaign down at Derbyshire on Friday night.
Good start to the over from Fraser, tucking Datani up. I'm sure Lees will be eyeing up some runs today with the short boundary. Uses the feet this time, Datani. Misstrikes it though, so it'll only be the single.
Ooh. Right off the wicket end.
Fraser also managed to extract a bit of turn with her off spin. And this is a really, really good start to her second over. 3 dots so far in her 4 deliveries.
Yeah, 1 for 5 so far off 10 balls.
Sweet needs to get going and tries to cut and finds the gap. Will it go all the way for boundary? No, it will be hauled in. They'll get back for a couple.
Good work as a team there from Durham. Wins it with the slide.
Can Fraser get out of this over? So often we've seen the last ball go for a boundary and there's an edge, but only come through for a single. Really good bowling, very good over. Really good spell from Fraser so far. 1 for 8. Her figures, Hampshire 59 for 2.
Yeah, halfway. 59 for 2. That run rate's now at 12s. Needing 2 a ball from here, Hampshire. And we're going to see Katie Levick into the attack. She'll bowl 3 of the last 10.
Yeah, that's an intimidating prospect, you have to say, for this pair, for Sweet and Datani. They both need to get going now. Can't be any messing around. It doesn't matter that Levick may be a bowler you'd usually see out.
Oh, that's close and gone. Caught in 2 minds, trapped on the crease, and now has to walk back. Levick strikes first ball of a spell. Hampshire 56 for 3.
Yeah, no ambiguity about that one either. Sweet's runnable 12 comes to an end. Good bowling from Levick in fantastic form.
Yeah, was it 6 last week, I think she got?
6, yeah.
It's been a fantastic signing for Durham. I know she was one that Danny Hazel was really keen to get up north, moved from Yorkshire. Very, very strong Yorkshire roots as well. But yeah, great signing, Katie Levick.
Taking over 500 wickets across all formats really is extraordinary. Got to deal with Durham till the end of the 2027 season, so she's here to
they'll
stick
tie
on.
her up for as long as possible, I think. Nancy Harmon, the new batter to the crease. She's a real character, one of the heartbeats of the team as well. We often have Emily Windsor up here on comms, and as soon as she's getting some stick sent through by Katie Levick. Oh, and again, right on the money. They'll think of 2 here. And Datani is against that. We saw that in the Durham innings, didn't we? Quite a few times. Holly Armitage just knocked it towards the circle. Came back for 2s. You have to say that's been even a feature and a difference so far. The running between the wickets at the start from Durham. When they weren't hitting boundaries, they put real pressure on the Hampshire fielders. Datani down the wicket. Doesn't get all of that. She'll turn and come back for 2. Bess Heath doing the fielding out in the deep.
I think Emily Winter did quite a bit of commentary down at Hampshire as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And she's a physio. She works part-time as a physio for Durham as well with some of the pathway stuff. Tiny sweeps and sweeps hard, but straight out to Grace Thompson in the deep. Durham on top. That's a nice pick up out into the deep. And Emily Windsor, we've put the mockers on it. Normally brilliant out in the deep. But that one is misfielded and goes away for 4. I'll blame you, Billy.
Yeah, that won't please Levick, you have to say. Someone who certainly prides herself in her figures. And Windsor got that all wrong.
Almost got too close to it. That's hitting the air and hitting the gap, but all the way. I didn't think she got anywhere near as much as that, and that's carried an absolute mile with a little bit with the wind down towards that area. And a really nice start from Harmon.
Yeah, she gave herself lots of room to work with as well. And a full-blooded swing through the line means that 10 have come off Levick's last 2 deliveries. Will that be the little bit of momentum that Hampshire have been searching for?
Graham Clark and Ollie Robinson in conversation with a few of the Leicester lads who are prepping for their game, starting at 3:30 here this afternoon. Sophia Turner's going to come into the attack from the Finkel, and another option for Holly Armitage.
Yeah, quite an important over this actually. Slightly expensive, Levick's last over, and a new bowler coming to the attack. Datani very much has her eye on Harmon, started really well those two have to take down Turner here. You have to think new to the attack. You might give them the odd loosener. It's going to be Datani on strike to try and put her under pressure. And this is down the leg side, and that was the loosener, and it's been put away for 4. 14 from the last 3 deliveries. This is just a bit of momentum that Hampshire have been searching for.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We've seen her being really strong in that area so far. Anything at the pads, she's punished. So I think if Durham have learned anything so far is to make her play through the offside.
She's got the protection of a deep cover out there, so can throw it slightly wider if she needs to. And this has been miscued, but will, with the spin, race away to the third man boundary. Runs are flowing for Datani, 33 from 20. This is a really good knock.
Yeah, a little bit of a momentum shift. Like you say, what's that? 3 4s and a 6 in the last 4 balls. Much needed from Hampshire.
Yeah, and it's now under 100 required to win. Tatani, has she gone big one too many times? And she has. A good running catch.
Yeah,
and it was a
Trudy
little
Johnson.
bit of Trudy Johnson well taken, a little bit of pace, potentially off the ball from Turner there, and Datani decided to go again. Turns out to be the wrong choice, as this has been miscued. And Trudy Johnson takes the catch, 81 for 4.
Yeah, you feel that's a huge moment in the game. Hampshire just took the initiative, probably for the first time in the innings, putting real pressure on Durham. And an excellent catch under pressure from Trudy Johnson. That one just fading away over her right shoulder. And she took it really nicely. Big wicket. The dangerous Datani goes.
And you have to say Datani potentially didn't quite need to do that. So often we can see that batters who've really got themselves in just almost try to do one too many. And she was looking down the ground there, but got it all wrong, really.
That's what I was trying to say earlier. Make it, force her to hit through the offside or over the offside and take that away from a comfortable area, which was definitely into the pads. And Sophia Turner managed to do that. She was unlucky to go for a boundary the ball before. But picks up the rewards. And sorry, I've just totally missed who the new batter is coming in there. So we've got Abby Norgrove.
Banged into the pitch, and that'll be a single. Yeah, Turner was certainly under a bit of pressure to begin that over, but a good response. And now bowling to Harmon, who hasn't seen the strike for a while, but 11 off 3. And now the mantle is handed over to her to try and get Durham as close as possible here. It's down the ground, and this should be taken or dropped.
What an effort, Bess Heath.
Yeah, really good effort. She had to cover a lot of ground in the end to her right. But having got 2 hands to it, potentially will feel like it should have been taken. And they'll trot through for a single.
Yeah, should be disappointed. Going back to a rugby league days there, almost sliding into the corner for a try. Brilliant effort. Horizontal.
Really, yeah, full length dive. It was a really good effort. I originally thought it was almost going to go straight to her, but she had to cover a lot of ground to her right. 96 to win. Clean striking as well, but that's a bit of a misfield. So they may come back for 2 as a result, and do really good running from this pair to end the 12th. 86 for 4.
Heather Graham with a little fumble out there, bounced just in front of her. T20 is back. All action. Huge thanks to Billy Stevens for joining us there. He has to disappear. So unfortunately for you guys, you're left with me for the rest of the game to close this one out. I'm sure the pals will be upstairs. We'll numerically reflect that when I send my invoice in. If you believe that, you'll believe anything. Heather Graham back into the attack from the Lumley end. This one's hit away into the leg side, and it'll just be the single. Hampshire with a lot of work to do here. 92 from 47. Nancy Harmon certainly hit the ground running. 15 from 5. One big 6 already to her name. Little change in the field. All the fielders on the offside are up in the circle now. 4 sweepers out on the leg side. Pace off and heaved away into the leg side. Think of a second, but it's good fielding out there. Emily Windsor in the deep. .91 from 46. Pace off. Good work by Rogers behind the stumps. Always tough, this. Abby Norgrove coming in. Needing just the best part of 2 a ball. Pace off again and straight back to Graham. And every dot is absolutely gold here for Durham. Change of mind from Heather Graham just before she got into her delivery stride. 2 balls left in the over, just the 2 off this over so far. Oh, this is carved away. Could there be a run out? No, good take by Rogers. Good running from Hampshire. 1 ball left in the over. 90 from 43 required. Gone, stumps everywhere. Heather Graham picks up her first wicket in Durham colours. Durham have their 5th. And Harmon, who came with a bang, goes with a bang. She's gone for 16. Hampshire 89 for 5 after 13. Still needing 90 to win from just 42 balls. Rihanna Southby, the new batter to the crease. Awful time to come into bat when you know you need at least 2 a ball. But I guess the mission is clear. You're in no doubt as how you need to attack the end of this innings. But you've got some clever bowlers to try and get that off. Katie Levick's going to continue. She has 1 for 17 so far off her 2 overs. Casey Aldridge having a wander around. Giving a nice little cuddle to one of the Leicester. I'm assuming it was a cuddle. We'll just leave it at that, I think. Everybody seems happy enough. What else are you going to do on a Sunday afternoon in the sunshine? Nobody's watching. Okay, Levick to continue. Advancing down the crease and clipping that one away out into the deep to Graham. Pick up a single. Rihanna Southby taking guard and taking strike for her first ball. Oh, and she gets it immediately in the air, but it's a perfect club. It's going to split the three fielders. Maddie Villiers, the one who gets to it first. But clear intent from Southby. .91 for 5. Lovely shot down the ground. Splits. Extra cover and mid-off and lots of work to do. An excellent chase from Sophia Turner. Saves the team 2 runs. Pulled away into the deep. It'll just be the single out to Heather Graham. And tight stuff. Boundaries really difficult to come by here for Hampshire. Durham turning the screw with every over. Again out to the deep. Emily Windsor doing the fielding. It'll just be a single. 1 ball left in the over. 84 still required. Advancing and hitting this nicely away into the leg side. It split the gap between long on and mid wicket. And Maddie Villiers again. Nice piece of fielding there. Fires it in. Ends the over. 8 from that over. So that's again another win for Durham. Levick has 1 for 25. Hampshire 97 for 5. .82 from 36 is the equation. In the most brutal of road trips to start the Blast campaign for Hampshire, a trip to Taunton, then all the way up here. They'll feel they've let one slip down in Taunton, coming away with a tie. Sophia Turner continue from the Lumley end. Pace off. This is slapped away just over the outstretched arm of Holly Armitage. Grace Thompson does brilliantly to stop that going for 4. Durham very athletic out there and working as a group. Just the 2 scored. 80 off 35. Oh, this is heaved into the leg side. Will it be an opportunity? And it's down. That will be probably one of the most disappointing parts of the day so far. There's been a few chances go down as the Hampshire 100 comes up with that 2. Hammered through the offside. Grace Thompson with work to do out there. A little fumble and they get back for a couple. Not sure what the Hampshire fans think, but the biggest surprise for me is that Amanda Jade Wellington hasn't come to the crease as of yet. And this is bowled from miles behind the stumps by Graham and plinked out into the onside. 1, fine throw in. Burst through the hands of Turner. Another couple. 4 twos so far off the over. But Hampshire need boundaries. 74 from 32 is the equation. Pace off, it's a dot. Inside the wide guidelines. One ball left of the 15th over. This is heaved away again into the leg side. They'll think of 2, but good fielding out in the deep prevents that, and it's just a single. So 9 runs from that Sophia Turner over. Hampshire needs 73 from 30. If you're old school, it's well over 14 and over. Catherine Fraser into the attack. Oh, coming down the wicket, Southby, and just about yorks herself. She'll pick up another single. Really nice from Fraser. Dot ball. Oh, it's swept and swept fine, but won't beat Levick on the circle. Good work that from Katie Levick. This one's flatter and heaved out into the leg side. I think we'll go all the way for 6. And it does. Lovely strike that from Southby. Made a beautiful sound off the bat. Heather Graham was interested for a moment and watched it sail over ahead for a much needed 6. 65 still required. Could do with a few more of those. Down towards the Leicestershire lads warming up. Again down the crease. This one's carved away and sliced over cover. Checks in the outfield and will just be a couple. As Sophia Turner does the fielding. Again, is sliced away, won't get down to Turner at long off. Think of a second, but it'll just be the one. So 11 from that over. Fraser has 1 for 19. Hampshire needs 62 to win off the last 4 overs. Durham right in the driving seat here. Lots of discussion here between Heather Graham and Captain Holly Armitage. Eventually we're going to start the over, Heather Graham. Full and wide. Just having a look for a signal. It is a bye, yeah. Tough that one on the keeper. Did well not to let that go for further byes. Hope she's got some kind of protection on them shins there, Mia Rogers, because that one clattered into her leg. This one's slow and wide and dragged down to long on. Just for another single though. This is good work from Durham. Really using the width. Trying to stop Southby from dragging that into the leg side. It's clever work from Heather Graham. Again, width. And this one slapped away through the offside. Grace Thompson will do the fielding out in the deep. Rifles a return in and Southby hustles back for a couple. .58 required from 20 balls. This one's carved away again, but will just be the single. As Grace Thompson does the fielding out there at deep cover. Last ball of the over. 57 still required from just 19 balls. Just the 5 off this over so far. And this one's plinked out into the leg side off the toe. And they think of a second. And they decide against it. So 6 runs from the over. An excellent over from Heather Graham. 1 for 18 she has so far from her 3. Hampshire need 56 to win from the last 3 overs. Durham maintained a pretty steady rate all the way through their innings. Didn't really accelerate towards the end. They'll probably feel at the halfway stage that they left a few out there. But knowing that a score of 170, 180 was probably around the par mark, and they would have to bowl well and field well. Well, they've bowled well. They've ground fielded well. They've given up a couple of opportunities. But they're well and truly in the driving seat here. Levick. Oh, she gave up all her stumps. But still missed off stump. This one's hit down the ground. Is it a chance for long off? Turner comes in and takes the catch. Norgrove has to go for 12. Caught out in the deep. Hampshire lose their 6th wicket with 123 on the board. And Katie Levick once again in the wickets. Hampshire in all sorts of trouble here. On a beautiful Sunday afternoon here in Chesley Street. The Banks Homes Riverside bathed in sunshine for this double header. The girls in control here against Hampshire. Coming up at 3:30, we've got the lads taking on the Leicestershire Foxes. And that crowd is continuously growing. Durham's first game in this T20 Blast campaign. Looks like it's going to get off to the perfect start. Levick has 2 for 25. Amanda Jade Wellington Here's the new batter to the crease. Someone who would have wanted to have been in well in advance of this. But leg spin v leg spin. She tries to get outside the line and sweep. But it's a dot ball. Wellington down the wicket. Katie Levick with a lovely left foot. Keeps that down to a single. Brings Southby back onto strike. 24 from 16. Just making sure they've got the right amount of fielders inside the circle. Southby comes down the wicket and again slaps this one through the offside. Emily Windsor will do the fielding out in the deep. Another tidy over so far from Levick. Just the one ball left in the over. 2 for 27 her figures. This is the last ball of her spell. Takes all the pace off. Wellington gets a sweep in. Direct hit might have been interesting, but they get through for a single. 126 for 6 to end the over. Just 12 balls remaining, 52 required. Durham right now will be extremely satisfied with their start to the campaign. Had a few batters get away in form. Led by captain Holly Armitage's 64 from 49 deliveries. She was the glue to the innings. But really nice contributions from Maddie Villiers with 28, Emily Windsor with 35 and Bess Heath with 24. Saw Durham get up to 178 for 5 in their 20 overs. We're wondering at the halfway stage whether they'd just left a few out there. But knowing that that 180 is going to be a really competitive total, even on a really good pitch with a fast outfield. And so it's proved. Their bowlers have been excellent. 2 wickets for Levick, a wicket apiece for Maddie Villiers, Catherine Fraser, Heather Graham and Sophia Turner. And it will be Graham to bowl her 4th over. She has 1 for 18 so far. Pace off and heaved. Chance for a run out, but a bobble in the footmarks. Prevents a clean pick up there for Trudy Johnson. Slapped back over Heather Graham's head. But it will just be the single as Sophia Turner does fielding and does it well at long off. Edged away. And it looks like it's going to run away for 4 despite the chase from Catherine Fraser. And Wellington picks up a boundary. That is the danger of bowling to that field with the width. You feel it's too little, way too late. This one's whipped away into the leg side. Not perfectly timed. Maddie Villiers doing the fielding out there in the deep. Keeps it to 2. Hit again down the ground strongly. Sophia Turner unable to keep it in. Awkward bounce. And Wellington picks up a boundary. Moves on to 13. Hampshire move on to 142 for 6. There's a little change in the field here. Heather Graham's going to come round the wicket to Wellington. This is chipped away in the air and should be a catch. Maddie Villiers makes no mistake. Heather Graham, after going for a couple of boundaries in the over, gets her revenge off the last ball. Picks up her second wicket. And Amanda Jane Wellington goes caught. Maddie Villiers bowled Graham for 13. Hampshire 138 for 7. Needing an impossible 41 runs to win off the last over. Perfect start, as I said, for Durham here. From a Hampshire point of view, they've just never got going. Datani top scoring with 33. Southby's come in with a little cameo at the end here. She's on 26, not out. And we'll get to have some fun here off the last over. But then you've got contributions from McCorn with 14. Sweet with 12. Harmon with 16. Norgrove with 12. Just never really been in the hunt from the start. Some tight bowling, despite some early chances missed for Durham. Seen them really in the driving seat from the halfway point. Maddie Villiers will come in and bowl the last over. Southby hammers this one down to long on. She'll just pick up a single. Five balls remaining. As Durham look to wrap this up as comprehensively as possible. I guess knowing both teams, knowing net run rate may well come into the equation further on in this tournament. But in T20 cricket, this is a big win. Tossed up and another stumping missed. It's a big swing of the bat, that from Tulloch. First ball, probably Tulloch. Doesn't make any mistake this time, Rogers, and a little bit frustrated, throws the ball back to Michael Goff. But Maddie Villiers picks up her second wicket. Durham have their 8th. Hampshire 138. Sorry, 139 for 8. Last rights here. Hannah Hardwick, the new batter with the impossible task. 3 balls remaining, 40 to win. Go out there and enjoy yourself. Try and clear the ropes. And from Maddie Villiers' point of view, she's got the chance to just mop up the tail here. Pick up a couple of cheap ones at the end. And when you're bowling the power play and the last over, you deserve to get everything. This one's clothed away into the leg side. I'll think of a second. Oh, there's a bit of confusion. Thompson with the throw. Southby gets back safely. 2 balls left. Hardwick off the mark there. And Southby yorks herself. Mia Rogers attempts a little stumping. 1 ball left. And as a coach, it's a great feeling, and this crowd will be feeling the same. Southby hits this one out into the leg side. Misjudged, but goes for 6. Maddie Villiers is not impressed in the slightest. But Rihanna Southby finishes on a high. She finishes on 33, not out. And that is the end of the game. Durham win by 32 runs. Here, set up by a brilliant platform with the bat. star of the show, Holly Armitage, 64 not out. Ably supported by Maddie Villiers with 28. Emily Windsor, 35. Bess Heath, 24. And with the ball, a couple of wickets for Maddie Villiers, Katie Levick and Heather Graham. A wicket apiece for Catherine Fraser and Sophia Turner. And a winning start here for Durham. We'll be back at around 3 when the lads take on the Leicestershire Foxes.
Is it? Am I this one?
Yeah. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Yeah.
Do you want me testing 1 2 3?
we're going to find some other players to make a song for that as well. Right, we've got our two lineups, they're done. We've got our guard of honour there, Park Manley Park, giving her another big cheer, please. And our two umpires, complete with sunglasses, sunblock, lip balm, you name it, they are ready to go. And we're about to get this game underway. Victory for the women earlier on against Hampshire Hawks. We're off to a flyer. Can we make it a double header? We're going to find out very shortly. Stay there. Right, the bell's gone. Ladies and gents, that means the players have been called. So would you please welcome Mr. Michael Goff and Steve O'Shaughnessy. There are two umpires today. And ladies and gents, if we can see amongst the smoke, please welcome out Durham! Let's do this! Little tip to you, by the way, if you sat around here at the moment and don't get any money out, because the smoke stains your money and it looks like you've done a bank job. So don't do that.
Welcome to the Banks Homes Riverside for the second match of a doubleheader. This one, Durham men taking on the Leicestershire Foxes. Durham women victorious in the earlier game over the Hampshire Hawks. Durham are fielding first. Leicestershire have won the toss and elected to bat, and we'll go through the teams. For Durham, we have Colin Ackerman, Casey Aldridge, David Bedingham, Graham Clark, Alex Lees as captain, Callum Parkinson, Matthew Potts, Ben Rain, Will Rhodes, Ollie Robinson and Nathan Souter. So that is an unchanged side for Durham. Definitely won't be in that batting order. For the Leicestershire Foxes, we have Stephen Eskenazi, we have Sol Budinger, Rishi Patel, we have Nick Kelly and Ashton Turner, the two overseas players, Ben Cox, Ben Green is captain, Liam Travaskis, former Durham player, Ben Mike, Josh Davey and Josh Hull. Callum Parkinson is to take the first ball. You're here with myself, Ash Thorpe, and Durham legend Gordon Mutchell. Welcome, Mutchie.
Oh, thank you, Thorpe. Looking forward to a good afternoon of cricket. That's a lovely start from Leicestershire, unfortunately for Durham. To eases that one through extra cover.
Beautiful hands from Budinger. Gets that one away for the first boundary off the first ball. Snapping his wrist through that one and finding the gap at extra cover. Parkinson finding his length there. Lovely crowd in here on a beautiful Sunday afternoon here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Hoping for another good solid few hours of cricket. This one's clipped away for a single from Budinger. Pretty settled side, Durham, unchanged. Followed a similar format in the last couple of years, much you haven't they, with regards to opening up with Parkinson. Tell tucks this one away into the leg side, and we'll get off the mark first ball.
That's it, in typical Parky here, attacking the stumps, ball nice and full. Durham are almost happy to give them one here with the way the field's set. Deep mid-wicket, long on. Bollinger clips another one at the leg side for one.
It's boundaries in the power play, isn't it? So crucial.
That's it.
Great take from Ollie Robinson there, dodging Stephen Eskenazi. Sorry, is the other up now?
The wind looks like it's just coming across the ground, which might come into effect later on in the game. It might target the scoreboard side of the ground.
Yeah, it's going across the ground, as you said there, towards the right-hand side of your screen. Ends over number one.
And what a day, Thorpe.
Oh, mate, beautiful. We normally get rain here on the northeastern bank holidays, but club cricket was great yesterday. Everybody out there enjoying the sun. We've got another good day today. There's plenty going on in the northeast with the BBC, is it something in the park? Or
Big weekend, I think, or
big
something along those
weekend
lines.
Over at Harrington, Sunderland at home. So yeah, lots going on. Casey Aldridge with the new ball. Was a great addition to the squad last year in the T20 and has hit the ground running. Oh, it's Matthew Potts. He's done me there, the ground announcer. Probably can't see the numbers on the back of the shirts. That's guided away down to third for 4. Started off a little bit expensive in the first game, Matthew Potts. That's a great bit of controlled batting, that from Budinger, just running that down to third for 4.
It looks a belter of a pitch here, Ash. Coming on nice, lightning fast outfield. I was just talking to you about the last game of last season where Clark and Lees went berserk. That 180 plus partnership. I think 200's going to be about the ballpark again today.
Long way across Budinger. An appeal. Umpire O'Shaughnessy says not out. Umpire O'Shaughnessy. Attempted ramp from Eskenazi. Fine leg in the circle. 2 fielders out in the deep. Deep backward square on both sides, actually. Which is interesting. I'm sure there'll be some statistical input into those field placings.
It's interesting because obviously he's going to be hitting the pitch.
Yeah.
I would have thought trying to keep it nice and tight. Having both out, both sides.
That's a good length from Potts. That's where he wants to be, isn't it? Hitting the splice.
Because you sometimes try and close one side of the field off.
Yeah.
But again, with the way batsmen move around, that hard length, it just stops them having a free swing if they give themselves a bit of room. Good planning.
.13 without loss. Pace off this time from Potts. It's tucked away down towards Nathan Souter out in the deep. Yeah, good pitch, good pace in the pitch, fast outfield. Only 64 metres the boundaries as well. Very specific number, 64. But there you go. Backs away and slaps this one back over Matthew Potts' head for 4. Lovely shot from Eskenazi. His first boundary. He moves on to 6. Budinger's on 10. And the Foxes are 18 without loss after 2.
Absolutely fantastic piece of batting there. Again, Potts, the plan's almost telegraphed for those 2 men square of the wicket. Hard length, nice and straight like we talked about. But Eskenazi improvised well there. And again, looks like this is coming onto the bat very nicely as he timed that one straight down the ground.
Lovely little crowd in here this afternoon, enjoying the sunshine. Good pace. That from Parkinson, fizzing it in. Oohs and ahs and groans from the crowd. We'll fill you in on that one a little bit later on. Oh, he's got a long way across. Big shout from Parkinson. Umpire Goff says it's going down the leg side. Again, lovely wrists.
Oh, good stop
from Budinger, but a good stop there at cover point from Nathan Souter. Oh, and is this a chance? It's chipped in the air.
What a catch.
Excellent ground made by Will Rhodes, I think it is, there at mid-on. Takes an excellent catch and Durham pick up an early wicket. The Foxes lose Eskenazi for 6. 19 for 1.
So it just looks as if there's a little bit of drift there for Parky. As I say, in the power play, looking to take that man on, not quite getting a hold of it this time. And wickets in the power play is always key, so that Durham will be pleased with that.
Rishi Patel, the new batter to the crease. Important wicket there, as you said. Wickets in the power play, crucial. And a really nicely judged catch. The Windle had just been taking that ball a little bit away from Will Rhodes. Got his body into an excellent position.
Yeah, that's it, especially with the sort of not many clouds in the sky. Sometimes it's hard to...
Turned into the leg side. A little bit of confusion. Early call of no from Budinger. This has been a good over this from Parkinson. Just the one run and the wicket from it so far. Can he close it out? And he can with a good bit of fielding from the skipper, diving away to prevent a single. Just the one run and a wicket from the over. The Foxes now 19 for 1 after 3.
Brilliant set from Parky there, and just that diving stop, getting 2 dots against your name, just builds the pressure a little bit on the new batter. The boys are looking well up for it again today.
Yeah, they played really nice cricket last year. Much you got to watch quite a bit of that, getting to a home quarter final. Casey Aldridge is going to come into the attack from the Finkel end. Going to start around the wicket to the left-handed Budinger. He beats the bat immediately.
That's it. Looks like he's going for the same plan as Potts into the pitch, trying to cramp them for room. Although I think the batter might have felt he could have got that one away a little bit wide.
Yeah, it was similar to Potts' first ball, wasn't it? Maybe it didn't bounce as much. Using his feet and flipping this into the leg side. Soutler does the work in the deep and keeps it to 1. Excellent fielding.
Outstanding, scurrying round the boundary there. Got rid of it nice and fast. Kept them to 1. See if we can squeeze a couple more dots on Patel here. Good addition, Aldridge. Ash?
Yeah, all round, mate. Like, really handy with the ball and the bat and outstanding in the field.
Oh.
And a nice kid too. That's a great length. Hit the bat hard, hit the splice.
I've not got to see any of the 4-day cricket so far, but watched a lot of the bit of the stream and the highlights, and he looks like he's got buckets for hands.
Yeah, he's serious. Serious, big hands. This big lad must be the best part of 6'6".
Mm-hmm. Moves well with it though as well, doesn't he?
He does indeed. And this is driven back over Aldridge's head. Will it go all the way for 6?
Yes.
It does. I'm not sure that was perfectly timed either by Patel. Looked like he was probably trying to hit that more over mid-off. Managed to get enough of it and away for 6.
And like you said earlier, our 64-metre boundaries. Obviously Durham set the size of the field, so that's what we've gone with. But that's landed a good 15 metres in from the sort of advertising boardings.
This is hit over the offside. Kind of checks in the ground a little bit. And it's a good chase. From good comeback, that from Aldridge. Ends the over. 9 from that Aldridge over. 1 for 20. Well, I've gone Australian there again, haven't I? 28 for 1 after 4. Going to see Ben Rain into the attack. Lots of options. We discussed this with Holly Armitage a little bit earlier. And she was blessed with 7 frontline bowling options. And Alex Lees has not quite as many, but similar riches to choose from. Using his 4th bowler in the 5th over. Ben Rain.
Sliding again, I think, there, Ash.
Yeah.
What a season Ben's having as well.
Mate, do you know what it is?
Wickets, runs.
Wicket keeping. Oh my God.
Without sleeves. I did see
that
your...
killed me the other day, yeah.
Did see your post on one of the social media feeds there.
Ridiculous.
What a ball for Clarkey, by the way.
It was a beauty. I've nothing against Clarkey having that ball, but yeah. Hammered to mid-off, but for no run. But yeah, for Ryan Campbell, the international wicketkeeper, to allow Ben Rain to keep in a floppy hat and short sleeves was absolutely outrageous. If you haven't seen that, go and find Graham Clark. The poor kid as well got 180 in the first innings and then nicked off to Graham Clark in the second. Dawkins, he's called, from Kent. Oh, that's hit him full, but again, I think the angle is taking that down the leg side. But it's a tidy start so far from Ben Rain. That's a leg by. 29 now on the board for the loss of 1 wicket.
The captain's dream as well. He knows his game so well. He had them sort of mid-wicket, mid-on out there, ball nice and tight to the stumps. Where's his two out here, Ash?
Got
Two
one in
square
front of
again.
square on the offside and behind square on the leg. There he's splicing up the bat. Not clean fielding from Potts there at mid-wicket, but did enough to prevent a single. This is a brilliant over so far from Ben Rain. Just the one leg by from it so far. And again, these are the crucial moments. Just games within games, aren't they? Finish it over without a boundary and you win this over. That takes Durham a long way to winning the power play. Excellent Yorker from Ben Rain.
A maiden in a power play is pretty special, Thorpey.
It would.
A wicket maiden would be even better. Pressure building again here. A few more dots on Patel. He's played a couple of nice shots, but hasn't really found his rhythm just yet.
Yeah, he's 8 so far from 8 balls, and one of those was a 6.
Oh, well bowled.
Oh, could be a run out at the keeper's end, but Alex Lee's just kind of ball didn't get to him, but a superb over. 1 run off the bat, a leg by. Leicestershire, after 5 overs, are going at a run of ball, 30 for 1.
We've got Potts again here.
Yeah, he's got. Looks like it. In discussion there with Alex Lees.
I think they're talking about the leg side field here. Point is coming in.
You feel they're going to go big in this over. They need to,
Long on,
to
it's
try and
going
win
back.
that power play. They'll be looking for a double figure over. Really nice crowd in. Slower ball. It's carved away over the offside. Not perfectly timed and will be hauled in. Just be a couple. Clever from Potts, taking the pace off.
And Patel's just looking to hit through the line of the ball here, isn't he? He hasn't looked to deflect just yet with third man fine leg up.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. They've got long on out and deep square. You feel that offside is his option.
Bowled.
And that's well bowled. Full and straight.
And I think that's got to be the plan. He obviously took pace off that first one, but there was a fraction of width.
Yeah.
But no, so far so good for Durham in this power play. Some really good executed plans. And the fielders so far backed them up well. Well bowled.
Again, good work from Potts. This is whipped away. They'll settle for a single. As Colin Ackerman does really well out in the deep. So other options. Have already used the 4 bowlers so far. They've used Parkinson's bowled 2. This is Potts' second. Aldridge, Ben Rain. So more seam options. You have Will Rhodes, and then you've got the spin options of Sauter and Colin Ackerman as well. So there's some really good options for Alex Lees to maybe use 6 or 7 bowlers to give himself some options at the death of the innings, which is, as a captain, as you know, which is a real luxury to have.
Oh, absolutely. The fact that you've got options and people that turn it different ways is a captain's dream. And as we've talked about, Graham Clark's got a championship wicket this season already as well. We'll throw him in the mix.
Did it brush the pad? Umpire O'Shaughnessy says no, it did not, and it's a wide. So yeah, it's always handy to have those options, as it just seems to give you time as a captain. It might only be one over of your 6th and 7th bowlers, but that creates opportunities at the death. Pottinger across, and that's good pace and good bounce from Potts. Risky, but it's a dot. Right over the stumps.
Well directed.
Good bouncer. 2 balls left in the power play. 34 for 1 so far, the Foxes. This is hammered to mid-off. Aldridge moves beautifully. Down in front of us. It's just a single. Last ball of the power play. You'd have to say run rate wise, Durham are pretty happy with where this is sitting at the moment.
Oh, absolutely. I think just looking at the average scores at the Riverside the last few years, it's gone from sort of 150 to 190 last year. And strong power play to get to those sort of scores is needed, I think.
It's a great finish to the over from Potts. 36 for 1 after the power play. Pottinger 14, Patel 13. As Justin Lockwood's voice rings out in the background, sending out some T-shirts into the crowd. Much I love the fact that you've done plenty of research before this game.
Yeah, well, cricket info is a wonderful thing.
I'm going to go to Souter straight after the power play, which is, again, normally the pattern.
And what a signing he's been for Durham over the last few years. A hot pick in franchise cricket as well now.
Yeah. It's a nice drive through the offside. It'll be 1. As again, great moving out in the deep. Casey Aldridge. You feel they're going to take this over on. It's been a solid power play even from Durham.
Oh, that is outstanding.
Souter, that is magnificent. The cockatoos in full flight. Slap back to him, and the old reverse Mexican back onto the stumps.
The reverse Mexican.
That's it.
I like it. And he's all action as he's out in the field. A couple of years ago, he took a brilliant diving catch which changed the game, and little things like that, as we talked about. 1 wicket in the power play. Leicester a little bit behind the ball runs wise, but would have been happy with that. To make something out of nothing and get us 2 wickets in that power play is definitely advantage Durham now.
Something you're always looking at as from a coaching point of view, can you pinch a top order batter to a run out? And again, that just transfers so much pressure back onto the opposition. Nick Kelly, the new batter. Lovely shot from Pottinger. Managed to get that on the full.
That's it, in a brave shot. He knows he's got to keep going. This is a pretty good matchup. As we said, well, the flags have stopped blowing, but the wind seems to be helping the ball across that side of the field. So he's going to probably look to try and target this leg side. As he goes straight down the ground, Aldridge again.
Yeah, I think he's just got to be conscious of his length here, Souter. Good finish to the over from Souter. Just the 7 from it. And he picked up an excellent run out. Really good bit of game awareness. Leicestershire 43 for 2 after 7.
Absolutely brilliant. Ryan Campbell also alluded to the fact that we've got a man on the selection panel for England now, and he thought that Nathan Souter, when Adil Rashid possibly does hang his boots up, might be in a good position to sort of take his spot. Obviously, there's Ryan Ahmed, who's in the test squad at the moment, be found for it, but I think stats-wise, there's not many better leg spinners around the country than Nathan Souter at the moment.
Yeah, and proven as such a Colin Ackerman is into the attack. A bit of off-spin against the left-handers. But yeah, like you say, highly sought after in the franchise world, Souter. Oh, that's a lovely start from Ackerman. More of an undercutter, kind of sliding it into the left-hander. We'll get the odd one to grip. That's a beautiful shot. Great use of the feet. All the way downtown for 6. Really good batting from Kelly. What a way to announce yourself to the Durham crowd.
Great shot. As you say, match up, obviously turn the ball away with the making them drag it into the wind if they go leg side.
Lovely crowd catch from Alex Lees, moving beautifully in the covers. You can hear the groans of disappointment as I realise that was hit straight into the floor. Yeah, looks like he's got a very strong bottom hand, Kelly. That brings up the 50 for Leicestershire. 7.4 overs in. Buttinger tries again to use that bottom hand. A little bit of check. Off the square.
Oh, it's testament to the squad depth at the minute. The fact that Ackerman and Rhodes are still struggling to get in that 4-day side. Two very, very good county cricketers.
Help round the corner. It'll just be a single. Ends the over. So despite being hit for that 6, just the 8 from the over. 51 for 2 Leicestershire after 8 overs.
Excellent start from Durham. These two just looking to be busy here. Can't help but feel this could be a big partnership for Leicester. I think Ben Cox is in next. Another.
Yeah, you've got Ashton Turner as well, one of my man crush.
How
Huge
could we
fan.
Forget about him?
Yeah,
Sorry. Yeah, still got plenty of batting left. But these two look as if they might just knock it round, try and get that scoring rate up a little bit before a big onslaught at the end.
Do you know, I can't believe Stevie hasn't bought us an ice cream round. Shocking. Buttinger with that really strong bottom hand. Managed to get this one to mid-off. Was probably trying to hit that past Alex Lees in the covers.
21 off 24 now. Buttinger, just there will be a little bit of pressure mounting on him. He knows they don't want to lose another wicket for a couple of overs just to try and get things going.
Oh, Alex Lees like a cat in the covers. And it does bring its own pressure, doesn't it, Muchie? Because you don't want to now, you know you need to get ahead of the game. But if you get out after you've chewed 24 balls at less than a run a ball, you've put your team under real pressure.
Yeah.
Chopped away for another single.
The Durham bowlers have made Leicester work hard for the boundaries today. There's not been any gimmies. It's been a real disciplined bowling performance so far.
Again, bowling to his field there, getting that one hit out to Matthew Potts, sweeping out in the deep. In the covers on the offside. It's interesting they've got 2 men behind point on the offside. Don't know if they've done some research, and I guess maybe the pace that Souter's bowling as well, rather than deflecting it for 4, they're going to make them hit the ball for 4. Oh, that's clever from Souter, really driving that into the pitch. Good fielding from Ackerman, keeping it to a single. You just feel something's going to happen here. Leicestershire need to bust out of this little cycle that they're in.
And that's it. I mean, we're obviously almost giving them one into that mid-wicket area, try and possibly get two if you hit the gap. But they've tried to get him through the offside so far as they go.
It's hammered into the gap at Cal corner.
Gap.
Again, really using that bottom hand. Budinger gets that last ball away for a boundary, which will have him feeling quite nicely. Getting to a runner ball now. But again, only 8 off that over from Souter. 59 for 2 after 9.
And you almost feel that's their percentage. I know we're quite well defended on that side, but with the ball turning in, I know he's got a googly or whatever. I think that's more of a percentage option. The outfield is so quick. If you can just get it into one of those little gaps in between the fielders, it's still going to be 4.
It's a good. Will Rhodes might be another one. You just try and sneak. If Durham can take a wicket, you might try and get an over out of him. Changes the pace ball really well in the One Day Cup last year. Good, and that's exactly what I was talking about. Hitting the ball into the pitch hard, taking the pace off it. Budinger looking for width.
He was almost Mr. Reliable as well with the bat last year in the 2021. He had a really good start of the season. And again, found himself in and out of the 4-day side. He had a strong finish to that.
Excellent from Aldridge. Really good reading of the conditions. That height as well is coming from huge height with those long arms.
Kelly went very early there. It'd be interesting to see if he saw him coming and really did take the pace off it, or that was the plan all along.
You'd probably say you're reading it, aren't you?
Well, exactly. Trying to be proactive, but Durham have just got them where they want them at the moment.
Excellent bowling. Again, pace off from Aldridge.
And again, the batter went very early there. That ball was actually outside that sort of blue wide line, but because the batter moved across and you had a little bit more to play with and sort of counteracted the batsman trying to open up that leg side. Absolutely fantastic piece of bowling. He looks as if he's a well-organised cricketer, Aldridge. How old is he, Ash?
Mid-20s, I think.
Mid-20s.
Yeah, 24, 25. Oh, that's hammered away. Again, bowling to his field. Pots out in the deep. Right up your street, mate. Likes a bit of rugby as well.
Excellent. He could fill a few positions, I think, as
Yep.
he could be in the forwards or the backs, the way he moves.
Yeah, you'd want him in your line out, wouldn't you, with those long arms? Yeah, nice batting, using what little pace there was on that ball. That's really clever from Budinger. Picks up a boundary again off the last ball of the over. 9 from that over. So at the halfway stage, the Foxes are 68 for 2.
Brilliant piece of batting. Like we say, he's not really got going just yet, but he's kept his cool there and just waited on that. Again, give himself a little bit of room to the leg side and just ease that pass backward point. And again, just highlighted how fast this outfield is.
Hammered down the ground. Just be a single.
He's covering some ground here, Aldridge. Bowled that last over, now he's back in the hot seat.
Yeah, him and Will Rhodes will pretty much cover the long on and long off. Two good options as well. Good movers and tall fielders as well on the boundary. Oh, he's got a long way across. Umpire Goff says no. Still think that's going down the leg side. Ben Rain was pretty keen.
I think it was just his little off-cutter there, which would be
it was.
turned back the other way. But I think, like you said, it looks as if it's sliding with the angle.
Get another clever change of pace from Rain. Try and fire a Yorker in here.
Oh, unlucky.
Great effort. Great effort. That was hammered away. Alex Lees. Well, probably saved 3.
Definitely saved 3. I think the way he got there, he's a little bit upset he didn't cling on to that. That would have been a pretty special catch.
Pace off again and a heave into the leg side without any timing from Budinger. For all he timed the one off the last ball of the last over beautifully. That was ugly. And I like it. You're allowed to do that as a lefty. This one does find the gap to Alex Lees' left. But I like the field position there. Will Rhodes is a little bit wider at mid-off. Just cutting that angle down.
Just looks as if he likes to go a little bit in out, doesn't he, when he's striking the ball.
Yeah, it's a good shout.
I like the way he sets up, though. He looks a nice compact batter.
Yeah, you don't get into that New Zealand side at the moment without being a mug, do you? You know what I mean? They're really strong at the moment. That ends a tidy over again from Ben Rain. 5 singles and a leg bye from it. After 11 overs, the Foxes are 74 for 2.
I think as a country, New Zealand do produce some pretty good technical batsmen. Obviously, Kane Williams, one of the best in the world, all that there's been. I think they must have a good coaching system in New Zealand.
Yeah, they get the best out of what they've got, don't they? They're not blessed with loads of resources, especially numbers-wise, but there's some serious cricketers. See the breeze there, blowing the Banks Homes flags.
Been good supporters of cricket for a long time, haven't they, the Banks group?
Absolutely. This is hit against the wind. Will it hold up? Will it hold up? It's just got enough. Just enough. That was directly into the... I'm calling it the teeth of the breeze. It's pretty gentle, but it was right into it. Parkinson was quite hopeful there, as was Potts. And Budinger picks up 6 more. Oh, this goes straight up the chimney. And gone. Gone, gone, gone. Nathan Souter in the game again. And Parkinson gets his reward. He's been brave there. And Budinger... Again, I talk about Ashton Turner quite a lot. His pedigree with the Perth Scorchers is second to none.
He's definitely been in this position many times. Absolutely fantastic runner between the wickets. I've been putting the boundary riders on hot alert here, trying to stop those 2s.
Nearly as quick as you, Muchie, and he's off the mark immediately. Well, back in the day anyway.
Oh, definitely not now. He's definitely quicker than me now.
I bet you still shout at your partners in club cricket, do you? Not running hard enough.
Well, I don't normally play Fridays, but I played Friday, Saturday this week, and my body is definitely feeling it.
It's nicely cut away behind point. And you can definitely see the intensity from Ashton Turner looking to turn 1s into 2s.
It's the stride length.
Yeah, he's a long unit, isn't he?
I remember him and Coggers running a couple of times when he was our overseas, and it would put the fear of God up me if I was boundary riding.
Gives himself a little bit of room and carves this away. Picks up a single.
And the leg side men have definitely come an extra yard off the boundary here to try and counteract that, which again will be something they've talked about in the pre-match. Look, Ashton's going to come in and try and run us ragged, so let's stop as many 2s as we can.
Finish the over and finish it well, Callum Parkinson, and he does. So after a 6 first ball, he picks up a wicket and then goes for 4 singles, a 10 off that over. But the wicket of Sol Budinger, 84 for 3 after 12. A little bit of a marker that I use at 13 overs in a T20. I think you're looking to be 100.
Yeah.
So that's definitely a marker for me. So this is again just big overs in the game, games within games.
Yeah. I think that shows how far not how far the game's gone, but Jeff Cook, when I was playing, if you're 100 after 14, he used to say it was a good point with wickets in hand.
And maybe a sign that the average score here has increased over the last couple of years.
I mean, it was an unbelievable summer we had last year, so that might play into the equation as well.
Let's hit inside out and we'll spin away towards Matthew Potts. And definitely the boundaries weren't in this far when back in our day. Might have helped me a little bit.
Oh, definitely. You had to get all of it to get it over the boundary. Which was, that again, so obviously home advantage. We always played on a big field. We had Gareth Breeze, who had a fantastic 2020 career, and that was one of our weapons, and that's what we used.
Absolutely.
A little bit of pad on that, Ash?
Yeah, I think so. I think I can hear Jamie. A bit of glove, maybe. I think I can hear Jamie in the crowd for the first time this year.
He was at Little Town on Friday night, Jamie.
Yeah, shouting you on.
He was cheering he wanted all the bowlers to get wickets.
Good lad.
Great. Oh, so happy. It's great to have him around.
Good work from Ollie Robinson behind the stumps.
Ashton Turner's one of his big shots is over that one over extra cover. So it was just trying to take that out of the equation.
Doesn't mind a pick-up sweep either. Callum Parkinson will definitely be interested. Ooh, trying to go big down the ground. He'll definitely look for two. It's good work from Potts, but was enough in the gap that was inevitable almost from as soon as it hit the bat.
Absolutely, and that's it. If you get it in between those two fielders, that's what he's so good. He didn't even think twice about going for two there. I don't think he was aiming there, mind.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. Diving down the ground here. Will Rhodes has some work to do, and he does well. This is where can you get out of the over? 2 balls left without conceding a boundary. 91 for 3 is the score. Clever bowling from Souter, throwing that wide, maybe feeling that Kelly was trying to line up a slog sweep with the wind.
He was definitely thinking, I'm going after this one, because I think if he left it, it was a big wide.
Yeah.
We all get guilty of that every now and again.
I'm retired, mate. I'm perfect. Yeah, good line. I like that from Souter. So it is a good finish to the over from Nathan Souter. 92 for 3 after 13. This partnership just starting to build.
But again, Ash, they're not quite finding that boundary they're looking for as regularly as they would like.
Yeah, Kelly's played a lot of shots so far, and he's 18 from 18. Sorry, 19 from 19 with that single off the last ball.
And I feel this is a moving over here.
Yeah, you feel the left-hander against the left-arm spinner. I think he's going to try and feed this out wide outside off stump as well. Doesn't get it. Doesn't get it.
It's a bit of a swirly wind. Those Banks home flags.
Yeah, it's
moving
more to
a little
the
bit
west,
again.
Yeah. Like a bit of flag watch. Turner, you've talked about his inside out over cover. There's 2 fielders in the covers for that reason. But he goes over the top and away for his first boundary.
And I like this field change, especially the way Parky skids them in. For him to go a bit square is a little bit high risk for me, so backward points just moving towards the cover boundary. As he takes the
Look
width
for
out
two
of it.
immediately, but good work. David Bedingham aware.
That's a big bonus for Durham, having David Bedingham for the full campaign this year.
Just
Again,
adds so much stability, doesn't it, to that top order? Such a great ball striker. Full and
so-
wide and just outside the wide line.
and he's one of my favourite batters to watch
Yeah, oh, mate,
at the moment.
you'd pay to watch him bat. Oh, that's in the arc. Does he get enough of it?
Oh,
He gets just enough to evade Will Rhodes, diving away in front of the dugouts. And that's the 100 up for Leicestershire. 2 balls left in the 14th over. And the wind's probably saved him there a little bit, actually. It just took the ball away from Will Rhodes. Didn't quite get it. Nick Kelly. Yeah, and I like that. Good response from Parkinson. Again, you don't want any further damage here. You've gone for a boundary, a couple of boundaries in the over. This is the big over that probably Leicestershire were looking for. Gone for 12 so far. Yeah, clever. So that over goes for 13. Leicestershire up to 105 for 3 after 14.
and another good spell from Parky there. 4 overs for 31, picking up those 2 wickets. And it's just subtle changes of pace with Parky. He's not a big throw the ball up, but he does mix it up.
He just knows his game, doesn't he? And I think now that he's been part of this system, obviously transferring from Leicester a couple of years ago now, with this in mind, he's been a huge part of Durham's resurgence in white ball cricket,
Oh, absolutely.
along with the man with ball in hand at the moment, Nathan Souter.
And he won us that game against Lancashire on the season in the championship.
Yeah.
I mean, I was at school and I think I went into one lesson. I thought, oh, this is going to be tough, and I came out. What was it, 5 for 8 or something he took? Oh.
Clean them up. Oh, that's hammered back at Souter. Rings his hand. But keeps it to a single. Tell you what, Josh Hull doesn't get any shorter every time you see him, does he?
No.
Massive.
They look like about a size 14 ball,
Yeah, I
but
reckon
those he's carrying them in his
Get
hands.
both of my feet into one. Souter, all about the length. Yeah, well bowled. I feel he doesn't want to let these batsmen, the current term, isn't it, step hit, where it's just that full enough that you can almost drop kick it back over the bowler's head or over the rope. There's the reverse and doesn't get much of it.
He'll go.
Good work from Ben Rain keeping it to a single. From the youngster.
And that's probably not Ashton Turner's go-to shot. But the fact that we're tying him down, not giving any room to free those hands over extra cover, he's having to improvise again. And again, Souter making life difficult for these batters.
Oh, it's a big swing. It's probably in the gap enough for 2. Bedingham fires a throw in.
Oh. Good running from these 2.
Yeah, and maybe awareness of David Bedingham's had shoulder issues in the past, so he really has to be conscious of his technique when he throws it. Just held that ball in his hand for just a fraction longer. And you know, as a fielder, Gordon, the quicker you can get that ball out of your hand, the more pressure it puts on. Yeah, good bowling. Really good bowling. Just keeping it out of the left-hander's arc. He's done that a couple of times now where you feel that Kelly's really looking to target that cow corner region.
And there's been no half measures as when they've gone wide. They've really tried to target that blue line.
And you're comfortable giving a wide away there as
Yeah,
well.
oh, yeah, absolutely. Like the Graham Onions and the bowlers' plans today have been absolutely fantastic so far.
Well, that is that step hit that I was talking about, and Turner doesn't miss it. He step hits it into the car park. And that's a shame for Salter. That's the last ball of his spell. None for 35. You could hear him almost scream no as it came out of his hand.
And those are the small margins against these international class batters. Again, he just give himself a little bit of room just to open those hands up. And absolutely great ball striker. There's no doubt that was going for 6.
Beautiful shot. Casey Aldridge back into the attack.
Two overs for 17 so far, Ash. This is now...
Oh, 2 overs.
2 stumps.
2 stumps gone. Looking to ramp. Ball not where he wanted it, and Kelly goes for 29 from 26. 1-4, 1-6. Aldridge makes an awful mess of his stumps. 117 for 4.
And Durham have just picked up wickets at key times. Again, another partnership comes to an end when they're just beginning to get going again. Which brings Cox to the crease. Had a nice innings last time out, 50. In a losing cause, but a man who opens up both sides of the wicket. So still plenty of batting left in this Leicester innings.
Oh, absolutely. I tell you what, he's one of the best going around, I think, Cox. His glove work's absolutely outstanding. He's such a handy batter as well.
Yeah.
Round of applause for Kelly as he walks past us, off to the change rooms. He'd be disappointed. This is exactly the time when you want new batters coming to the crease from a Durham point of view. Just started to develop a nice little partnership of 37 there in quick time. Just 4 overs. I think Cox will just look to get Ashton Turner on strike as much as he can to start off this partnership.
Absolutely. Turner, 21 off 11, just 11 balls. Yeah. I think that's a sign of a good player. Obviously, he's hit that 6 last ball, but he's gone at 190 strike rate without really trying anything yet.
Oh, Alex, can you cut it off? Not quite. But good from Cox. Identifying he needs to get Ashton Turner to face as many of these last, what have we got, 28 balls left in the innings as possible.
What score are you looking at here, Thorpe, if you are
I was just
Ashton
about
Turner?
to ask you the same thing. You've got to be looking to get 180, really. I know it's a big score from here, but I think looking at the conditions, the way that the girls' game went as well, I don't think there's a lot of margin for error on this pitch. It's a small boundary size, 64 metres, as we've alluded to, and this outfield is rapid.
It'd be interesting to hear what the batters say at the end of the match, whether it was a little bit too paced. Looks like it's coming on quite nicely from here, but they haven't been able to consistently time the ball.
I think they've changed the pace quite well, the Durham
bowlers.
Bowlers.
Taking absolutely nothing away from the Durham bowlers.
Cox gets this into the leg side.
Turner's
thinking
too
immediately. It could be run out at the keeper's end, but definitely not at the bowler's end. Turner was almost waiting there, cocktail in hand, waiting for that ball as it passed him.
And Colin Ackerman's a good mover.
He is. With a strong arm too. 2 to Cox. Slapped away through the offside. This will just be the single. You just watch Ashton Turner, you think he must get like a jump, like almost go early, but he doesn't. He just wanders out of his crease, and then when he goes, I think you mentioned his stride length a little bit earlier. He's just absolutely rapid between the wickets. Good work. Pace off again. And I tell you what was really good work. He's backing up as well, protecting his figures. 6 runs off that over only and the wicket. Aldridge has 1 for 23 from his 3.
And that is absolutely great game awareness. There's lots of balls with the ball that, and then the switch off, don't they? Straight in, well attacked from Ben Rain, shy at the stumps, and he's there, ready to do the mopping up.
We've got 4 overs left. Aldridge has 1. Ben Rain has 2. Potts still has 2 up his sleeve as well. So that 1 over from Colin Ackerman has given Alex Lee some options at the back end of this innings.
And we've got the possibility of 1, 2, 3 for 4 here, Thorpe.
Oh. It's exactly where we are.
Spoiled it.
I think Durham will be happy that anything that goes for a single at this stage you'd take as a win. Especially getting Ashton Turner off strike. Interesting that they bring mid-off up into the circle, knowing that Cox is probably more of a deflector and a paddle sweeper, so they've dropped fine leg.
He likes to go in out as well over that extra cover. I think he might be targeting that area here.
It's a gap, isn't it? Sight screen to extra. You called it, but really good executioner skills from Ben Rain.
Ben Rain up against his old club as well. Really kick-started his career, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. It was a great move for him.
That move down to Leicester, and then Durham have definitely reaped the rewards since he's been back here.
Oh, that's hit firmly down the ground.
Oh,
Little fumble. And a horrible throw as well, actually.
just an anger throw that
Yeah,
one, I
it
think.
was,
Ash,
disappointed.
not happy.
Casey Aldridge, his standards.
It did look as if it just kicked up a little bit in front of him.
Yeah. What they want to do is keep Ashton Turner off strike as much as possible. It's incredible running again. And good work from Ollie Robinson.
And again, nothing the boundary rider could do there. One-handed pick-up throw wasn't the best, but even if it was, they were both home quite easily there. And these are the things that just bumped that score up to that 180 that you've talked about, Ash.
Rain's change of pace again. This time he changes up. Turner unable to get hold of that one. He likes that pick-up shot as well. Leg by, can you get out of it this over without a boundary? Be the thoughts of every Durham fielder, especially in Ben Rain's mind, and no doubt Cox will be trying to ruin this over. 7 from it so far.
He's got the whole leg side out.
You know he's going full and straight at leg. And there you go. Execution to his field. Absolutely superb. No pace on it. So 8 from the over. The Foxes are 131 for 4 with 18 deliveries left in the innings. What about yourself, mate? What do you think's a par score on this pitch from what you've seen so far?
Well, at the start, without a ball being bowled, and just watching the ladies' game, I thought 200 was in the game. As I say, I think Durham have executed the plans really well. The Leicester players have struggled to consistently time the ball. But I'm with you. I think 180 gives you a fighting chance. Anything less than that, I would back Durham to.
Yeah, they need some fireworks here to get to 180. 131 for 4. Matthew Potts back into the attack. Well, it's Q-ended. No, it's got to be 2. It's brilliant fielding.
Durham will be looking to try and keep him below 160. I think it could end up just in between at 170.
Yeah, I think you're bang on. Almost looking at 10 and over being that that marker, aren't you, for the last few overs? If you can get more than that as a batting side, you're happy. If you can keep, as a bowling unit, them under that, then you'd be absolutely thrilled. Clever from Potts. Pace off. Cox having a look at the umpire, thinking wide, but he did move across his stumps. Might have been fortunate to get away with that one, Matthew Potts.
And again, with this field back, you've got to be really cute with that scoop there to get a boundary.
Yeah, it's got to be so fine, hasn't it? Oh, yes, Matthew Potts, full straight. There were 3 stumps, there's now 2. Great execution.
Absolutely. You could just see the frustrating building there in Cox, the way he's tapped his bat before that ball. Fantastic execution from Potts. Vic's definitely had the water in those stump holes today.
And do you know what that does as well? I know it brings a new batsman to the crease. Cox wasn't very fluent. He's gone for a runner ball 8. However, it just keeps Ashton Turner at the non-striker's end, and that's exactly where you want him, for as many balls as possible from a Durham point of view.
Absolutely. This Green, the captain, strides to the crease with his side a little bit behind the 8 ball here, I feel.
Green came up from Somerset, but I don't know whether, like somebody like a Travascus who we've seen here at Durham, hits a big ball, and just have that left-hand, right-hand combination as well. So you've always got somebody kind of hitting with the wind.
Absolutely.
Might have been an option.
As you would think, it'd be Potts and Rain who'll close out now.
It's clipped nicely by Green. Good flat throw, could be safe. Good dive. Had to dive as well. Might have been a little bit unlucky there, Casey Aldridge, with the throw just into one of the used pitches rather than on a fresh part of the square. It might have zipped off a little bit more.
Absolutely fantastic pick up and throw. I think he was a little bit lucky. The ball just checked on him the second bounce or first bounce. Just had to alter his stride slightly, but he's such an athlete. He still picked it up and threw it one motion.
It was great cricket, wasn't it?
Like a rocket.
Green's underway with 2. 135 for 5. Brilliant from Potts. Pace off again. I think if Leicester can take anything out of what's happened here, it'll be hitting that pitch and driving the ball into the pitch with pace off. They've found that really difficult to score from.
Which would suggest it's just checked a little bit, which has made it hard to get the timing.
What does Turner do here? Does he look for a boundary last ball of the over, or does he just try and get on strike for the next one?
I think he'd be looking for use this wind.
There's the answer, and does he hold out to Ackerman, who gets there comfortably in the end? I actually thought he moved too well to the ball. Ended up getting it at an awkward height, but that's great execution again from Matthew Potts, driving the ball into the pitch hard. And the dangerous Ashton Turner goes for 28 from 18. Durham pick up their 6th wicket. Matthew Potts, his second of the over. Leicestershire 136 for 6.
Absolutely brilliant. And like you say, Ash, when he's bowled a bouncer, he's meant it today, hasn't he? One early on in his sort of opening spell, and then again he's telling Ashton Turner he's got to play a proper pull shot with the field back to hit it over those men. So you might say it's a bit fortuitous to get a wicket caught in the deep, but that is good planning for me.
Yeah, agree. Absolutely agree. Turner was just on the move at him as well, maybe expecting something full. Two new batters to the crease now to try and close in the innings for Leicestershire. 12 balls left.
And that's a massive, back end of the innings. You want to set batter there.
Definitely. Ben Mike, the new batter to the crease. He'll be at the non-striker's end. This one's hit away into the leg side. And I think what we will definitely see is a change of tempo with the running between the wickets.
Yeah.
That's no disrespect to these two.
I think Ben Mike's been sent out there to give the long handle. Yeah. He's a powerful...
Biffett.
Hits the pitch hard when he bowls. I think we'll see him looking to free these arms first ball. I don't think he's having any sighters.
I like it. Yeah, he lines it up. And gone. Matthew Potts out in the deep. Pace off again from Ben Rain. Hit high on the bat. I just lost sight of it a little bit in the blue sky, but it just didn't sound like it was going to clear the rope. And Durham being ruthlessly efficient here. 137 for 7.
And again, he's hitting into the wind. Good planning. It's not easy to come out and hit your first ball for 6.
It's
but
such a tough skill. I mean, you practice that now, to be honest. Almost coming into a net situation and going, right, okay, you got to, every ball must go. But like you say, it's different doing that in the nets than coming out here in front of a pretty decent crowd, and then you feel like you might have get in the nets. You've gone, yeah, I've got that. That's 6. But in a game, obviously, there's wind, which you've mentioned that he's hitting that into the wind. Liam Travaskis is the new batter who will be hitting with the wind towards the leg side, to the left-hand side of your screen. Ben Rain around the wicket. Pace off again and just right off the, well, I'm sure it's not the technical term, the drumstick, but right off the meaty part of
the couple of beauties to teeth. What was the run out? The Mexican?
The reverse Mexican.
The reverse Mexican. I've not heard that one before.
What about, you must have heard the drumstick.
Yeah, I've heard of the drumstick. Again, pace off from Rain.
It's clever, isn't it? And you would expect nothing less. He's been brilliant. 1 for 14 for Ben Rain so far. Travaskis pushing hard.
And that's sometimes the downside of winning the toss and batting first. You don't really know what a good score is. Obviously, they had a little bit of a insight with the women's game.
Yeah.
But they've had to go hard, and maybe it is 150 in the game where they've chased that 180. Only time will tell.
Inside edge there and trickles away into the offside. 1 ball left of Ben Rain's spell. 1 for 16, his figures. Absolutely outstanding. In a T20 format, to be going just a touch over 4 and over is absolutely outrageous. He'll be absolutely thrilled with that. It's clipped away into the leg side. It'll just be the single. Durham standards in the field have been pretty good today.
Outstanding spell, as you say there, Ash. That single in the power play over as well, and then it just hasn't missed. Got his field set back and managed to squeeze some dot balls in there as well, which is exactly what you want in T20 cricket.
9 dot balls in his spell. So I'm assuming, I can't imagine he's gone for a boundary really then.
I can't think of one.
Matthew Potts to close it out. 141. You mentioned that wanted to keep them under 160. Muchy, they'll have to go some to get to there at the moment.
Absolutely. And they just haven't really had that big over. I think they have a 13 in 1 over. That haven't got that high teens 20 run over, have they yet? This
is heaved into the leg side. Some work to do for Ackerman, who does well. Keeps it down to 1.
He just had a stretch there as it kicked off one of the practice wickets.
Yeah, you just trust the bounce there, don't you? A little bit of prayer. Doesn't hit one of the wicket ends and shoot along the floor and make you look like a fool.
Like you say, if Turner was in, that possibly would have been 2, but fantastic boundary riding from Ackerman.
What do we think here? I reckon Travaskis is thinking scoop.
Put the man back.
As is Potts by the look of it. Fine leg goes back, mid-off comes into the circle, so it's either going to be hard into the pitch and pace off, or full and straight. It is full and straight.
They're going to try and get 2 here, Ash. Go on, Clark.
Yeah.
Well run.
Yeah, it's hit badly enough, wasn't it?
That's
perfect weight.
And I think it's almost a little bit of a tell if you just get it on the 30-yard circle. As you say, he's tried to hit that for 4, but it's almost as a boundary ride. You think, oh, well, fair enough. I mean, Graham Clark set off straight away, picked it up, threw it.
I don't think
well
there's anything
run,
you do
Leicester.
there. It hasn't gone for a boundary, so you would take that as a win. Yeah, excellent work. Again, Potts executing his skills under some serious pressure on Friday night. Matthew Potts to execute his skills and ended up finishing, I think, with 4 dot balls to get Durham home. And what looked like a comfortable win became a really, really tight chase in the end.
And that's what he does. He seems to have a clear plan. He has that little glidey run up, and he knows what he's going to do, and he tries to execute that.
I tell you what, that's got to him very, very quickly. Casey Aldridge was running in towards that, then almost took an AFL mark in the end. It was like he was on the lead.
He had a little hop to get up there, the big man.
It's definitely done it, coming out of the white building as well.
We had the bird's eye view there, Ash.
That's perfect. He's not missing it.
The big mitts he's got.
He's not missing it. Potts, I'll tell you what's had a good afternoon after a pretty expensive first over. He's got 3 for 25 now, and the Foxes 145 for 8.
And that was a bit of a trademark of his last year. I always felt he came back well, even if he has a bit of an iffy start. He's not one of these people who dwell on it and get his head down.
Definitely
He's
not.
always taking the positive option. I know he didn't have the rub of the green when he went on that Ashes tour. I just hope he gets another chance at the international stage, because he is a great, wholehearted cricketer.
Use the pace, Josh Davey. New batter, getting off the mark, getting Travascus on strike for the last ball of the innings. The Foxes 146 for 8, which you would have to feel at the moment is well under par. But you normally say don't judge it until both sides have had a crack. And this power play, you feel, for Durham's batting is going to be so crucial. If they can get off to a start, it'll be hard to stop the bleeding. Last ball. Yeah, brilliant execution again. They're going to run. They're going to come back. Can they get a run out at the keeper's end? Will Rhodes fires, and it hits the batter, which Travascus didn't alter his line at all. That ends the innings. The Foxes 148 for 8 after their 20. So Durham will need 149 to win. Highlights for the Foxes: Buttinger with 40, 29 for Kelly, 28 for Turner. With the ball, Durham were executed really nicely. Callum Parkinson 2 for 31 from his 4. Matthew Potts 3 for 28. Casey Aldridge 1 for 23. Ben Rain 1 for 17 from 4. Souter probably still thinking about that last ball step hit that Ashton Turner cleared the ropes. None for 35. Colin Ackerman 1 over, none for 8. We'll be back just before the start. Durham will need 149 for victory. Well, welcome back. Alex Lees and Graham Clark, who have been prolific over the last couple of seasons as an opening pair, striding to the wicket. 149 the target, just under 7.5 and over. You have to feel if they can get off to their usual start in the power play, then that will see Durham well on the road to victory. But they'll have Ben Mike and Josh Hull to contend with, you would have thought, with the new ball for the Foxes. It's a great sound system here at the Riverside. DJ Wiggy up in the booth.
DJ Wiggy was racing his cross bike last year.
What was it?
The Relic, I think it's called. Some good tunes today, you're right, Ash. And like you said, this is a key part of Durham's game, isn't it? These two have been the opening partnership for a few seasons now, and lots of good things come when these two get off to a good start. 77 for the opening partnership in the first game this season. Went a long way to us setting that 200 score.
Mate, you've got Callum Parkinson batting 11, a man who batted for 73 sessions the other day.
And loved every minute of it.
He would have done too. Got some valuable bonus points for Durham in that game against Kent. Be Josh Hull to start. Similar field. Left arm over the wicket. That's beautifully timed first ball. But a little bit of shape back into the right-hander.
Just a fraction there from, wasn't it? Good hard length. Nice strong on drive from Clarkey.
He's one of the ones that I was looking forward to watching bowl. I saw him obviously made his test match debut a couple of years ago and then struggled a little bit with injuries and things, but a man of his height, left arm, who can get the ball to shape back into the right hander. Got to think there's a big future for Josh Hull. Oh, that is agricultural from Clark. I've just tried to hit that a little bit too hard, I think, Graham.
Hard length again from Hull. And that's the way Clarkey plays. I know we saw a couple of nice timed cuts for 4, but he's aggressive. Puts the pressure back on the bowler, trying to hit the ball.
It might even make him think twice about bowling that natural length, even though he has missed that shot. That's driven nicely. Great hand. Great hand. In the covers. Definitely felt it.
And that'll have been the team talk, I would have thought, from the Leicester coaches and the captain. We're going to have to throw ourselves at everything here. Try and take some early wickets. Just build that pressure.
Yeah, you feel they're going to have to bowl Durham out to win. Oh, and that one just clears mid-wicket, but will be the first boundary.
And again, some brave batting there from Graham Clark. Back in his areas. Just give himself a little bit of room. Hull followed him. And Clark went through with that shot just over that tight mid-wicket, who's close in, trying to close that angle down.
Backs away and slaps this one into the covers. No width given by Josh Holt.
No, slightly expensive in that first game for Leicester, Josh Holt, but he's, as you say, Thorpe, he's a wicket-taking option, isn't he? And on that international radar, I remember, I think it was 2 seasons ago, he closed the game out brilliantly to win the game for Leicester. And he's definitely a real trump card in their armoury.
Last ball of the first over. Clark picks it up and he hits it straight down deep square's throat, who drops it. And worse than that, Ben Mike's allowed it to go through his legs for 4. And when you're only defending 148, you can't afford mistakes like that.
And I think, like you said, Thorpe, the wind was his friend there. He set himself very early, got down low, and it just stopped coming up and dipped on him. You've got to say it's a bad miss, though. Graham Clark, a real danger man for Durham.
Wow.
As Mike apologises to Hull there, it's going to be Josh Davey from this end. Another experienced campaigner.
Yeah, they've got a few in, haven't they? Josh Davey had a long spell at Somerset.
And it's great to see Leicester doing so well. You know, I think they struggle to retain players that often have 2 or 3 good seasons and get lured in by the bright lights of other counties.
Good run.
But
Good
Alfonso Thomas seems to have got them going in Championship cricket, got them in that first division. And they seem a real close-knit group, actually. All work for each other, and a lot of good, honest county cricketers in there.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think when you're not blessed with the resources that some of the bigger counties have, that's the way that you have to be. You rely on probably a smaller squad.
It's great to see some of the sort of Leicester old boys. I know we've got Dale Beckenstein and Graham Onions here, but James Taylor, whose career unfortunately was cut short.
Clark on the rise. Ashton Turner fires in but won't be able to prevent a single. Yeah, you're right, and it is good to see that. Like you've got Big Claude there and Alfonso, and
they were big parts of Leicester's 2020 when they were sort of a real force to be reckoned with. I'm not sure exactly how many times they've won the title, but they were always in finals days when it first started. Sort of Henderson and Snape and James Taylor, Darren Maddy,
and Allenby, and
James
Nixon. Awful to play against. Lee slaps that one beautifully over and through cover for 4. They've got a man catching. Had absolutely no chance. Alex Lees is timing the ball beautifully. He played some shots off the back foot on Friday night for 6 straight down the ground. He's a powerful man.
He is, and I think we talked about it earlier, that partnership Clark and Lees put on in that final group stage game. I think it was 186.
It was just over 200 against Northants, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Never looked in doubt. And this one he gets over mid-off. 1 bounce for 4. Again, that's just strength. Trusting your game. And we've seen that develop from Leaves, who, going back, was probably, I'm not going to say a plodder, but definitely somebody who liked to occupy the crease more, and his game has expanded year after year.
Oh, absolutely. I just feel that the sort of plans here, Davies a very, very good ball. Don't get me wrong, didn't have the pace really to hit the pitch. They've still stuck with the 2 square men.
Going to change that now, aren't they? Going to bring up the man at backward point and drop out.
And you're absolutely right, Ash,
wicket.
about Lazy there. And he's got big Ben McKinney breathing down his neck, but I don't see how he's going to get...
Oof, my goodness, that is a swing and a miss. I felt the breeze up here.
We need the breeze up here. It's
we
quite warm in here, Ash.
We do need the breeze. Not Gareth either, who I'm sure will pop in at some stage. I got a little notification around your benefit year the other day. It was the game we had at Durham School with all the
that was
absolute
one of my
big
favourite
guns.
things about that benefit year.
Some good players played that day, Gordon.
You did, Ash, you did. No, there was. Sangakkara, Shanda Paul. Absolutely brilliant day.
Lees hits this one down the ground, a little bit like I was talking about on Friday night. To stand up tall, not just muscle it, but time that so nicely. Such a great shot. 3 boundaries in the over for Lees. And Durham are off and underway, 22 without loss. Yeah, when Kumar Sangakkara turns around and goes, it's been an absolute pleasure to play cricket with you today. I was saying,
No,
thanks.
absolutely. And Scott Borthwick's got a benefit game coming up at South Northumberland.
Some big names signed up for that one. Unfortunately, we're missing it through school commitments. Clark hammers this one again. Travascus in the covers there.
And just going back to that last shot from Lees there, obviously Davies got mid-wicket deep square out. He knows he's going to be trying to tuck him up. He's just not tried to overhit it, knows roughly where it's going to be, and it's a beautifully timed shot on top of the bounce, back down past the bowler. He's just a man who knows this game now, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Prolific
He's
in all
evolved
forms.
that year after year, and that's full credit to him. Oh, that's 6. Absolutely zeroed as soon as that left the bat. Graham Clark murders that one towards the electronic scoreboard. From our vantage point, you could see the crowd part like the Red Sea.
I think there was a crowd catch there, Ash. I don't know if there's a little assist from someone. Someone put the hand up, though, as if they'd caught it.
Could do with an assist at Craven Cottage, mate, but that's another thing. Clark getting the length he wanted.
We're not talking about football,
Nah,
Ash.
football season's done. And again, this time he finds the boundary again. Ben Mike over his head for 6 more. And Durham are off to a flyer 34 without loss. Again, brave from Clark, hitting into the wind and backing himself. Got the life in the last over. Didn't catch that one. Got the one before. But this is when Josh Hull's got. Can he attack the stumps a little bit more using? Yeah.
And I think they'll possibly and not that Clarkey needs any encouragement, but
Not to pull anyway.
knowing that it's probably a little bit below par, if we can get ahead of the game in the power play that have been talking about really trying to attack this power play, I would think, in the team meeting.
Oh my God, that's 6. Just got inside that one and helped it on its way, and all the way, 3 in a row.
And that's what Leicester didn't quite manage to do to the Durham bowlers. They managed to stick with plan A all the way through our innings. But I think they're going to have a little bit of a change of plan here. Because back of the length into the
pace off
pitch
here
isn't
straight
working.
away.
Yeah, or
Maybe
even
try
just
spin.
try and hit him on that heel.
You've got to try and get out of this over first without any further damage. Clark's 27 from 11. Not stopping there, gets a leading edge and should be caught in the covers, and it falls safely in a gap. And maybe it is just Durham's day.
Absolutely.
Clark will pick up a couple.
Leicester were their own worst enemy with the drop deep square, but there's a couple of shots this over have just gone over Mike's head, and a valiant effort. I'm not sure who was diving to cover there, but just out of reach again.
Last ball of the third over. 42 already on the board. Is somebody having a little wander with the Derg? That's 6 more. 4 sixes in the over. Dot 6 6 6 2 6. Graham Clark is on fire.
My word. As you say, all of those into the wind, and if you look at those Banks Homes flags now, Thorpe, the breeze has definitely picked up. Outstanding striking from Graham Clark.
Wow. Durham need 101 to win.
Durham in there and chopped and changed the ballers quite quickly, didn't let the batter settle against the same man. Can't help but feel Clark, he just sort of lined him up the first over and then just got used to the pace of this wicket.
I think the skipper's bringing himself on here, isn't he? Which I like that brave move.
Yeah, I think it's...
Might have to try a spin from the other end. Slower ball, and again the perfect club just over that man at catching cover. And Lees will pick up a couple. Leicester are just thinking right now, this isn't our day. That brings up the 50 partnership of just 19 balls. That's muscled down the ground. Will it get through? No, Ashton Turner
Good
does
stop.
brilliantly. Does that look like that was heading for another boundary? But you can see straight away Ben Green taking the pace off the ball.
And like you spoke about, Ash, that's what Durham did so well in Ireland. Again, another strong shot down the ground from Lees. Where we talked about the Leicester batters struggle to consistently time the ball. I know we've squirted a couple, but I think we found it a little bit easier so far.
Clark helps this one away, but we'll find the sweeper. Former Durham all-rounder Liam Travascus out there at deep backward square. And the pressure immediately is off this pair. I know they'll continue to go hard in this power play.
Yeah. Obviously, ahead of the 8 ball. Douglas Lewis sitting at 20.
Yeah, well, they need less than a run of ball, Muchie.
Yeah.
Which is insane.
But net run rates sometimes come into these competitions, so I'm sure they'll be trying to get as quick as they can. Obviously, the win's the most important thing.
Lees flicks this one away out into the leg side again. I think we'll pick up a couple. As Davey does well in the field. Good running from Graham Clark. Yeah, you're right, that new format. Durham obviously in the North group. Have 2 fixtures against teams outside your group. Durham have a trip to Middlesex in a home game, ironically, against former North group Northamptonshire Steelbacks.
I think the best thing about that is now we get it all out the way in one block. We're not sort of finishing the group stages, then waiting 3 months for the quarter-finals, finals day.
And I think that hurt Durham last year. That momentum was lost. Lees muscles this one away into the leg side. And they'll just get the single. You know, you're talking about, I think it was Jimmy Neesham went home and then came back for 1 game. And you look at even just the costs involved in that.
Oh,
probably a business class flight and accommodation and, you know.
Absolutely. And it's hard to chop and change formats. Like you say, once you get roles and responsibility sorted and you're on a bit of a roll like we were with that great win against Northants last game of the group stages.
Hammered away, but straight to the sweeper. So good over from Green, just the 8 from it. Durham are 56 without loss after 4.
And a trip to Middlesex, Thorpe, as a player, it was always the highlight of the season. You always check the calendar to see if you're playing Middlesex at Lords, and they get some good crowds down there.
They do. London, yeah, absolutely. They're in the Oval. Had the quarter-final at the Oval the year before. The crowd was absolutely electric.
And that was a real pull. I know when Mark Stillman talked about going to the Oval, he said that the lure of packed houses for 2020s was something he was keen to go and do.
Yeah.
So I quite like it. I don't necessarily like that it's different teams you're playing against and you're all in it, but I think it's hard to get it quite right and keep everyone happy.
Absolutely. Liam Travascus into the attack.
It's good they've kept the sort of derbies going as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Clark drives this one down to long off and will pick up a single and a little bit of a collision with the skipper halfway down the deck. Both a little bit of ball watching. Alex Lees is thinking, I'm hitting this with the wind. Long on at a cow corner. Out.
I think a nice little chip into that mid-wicket region for 2
That's
will be
your
my
cricket,
option
that.
here. Ash, let's see what he thinks. No.
I know what he's thinking, mate. If he gets the right length, he's going straight over long on. Maybe a little bit wider. Lays back and slaps this one into the offside, but can't beat the field. It's a good start from Travascus. Just the 1 off the over so far. Halfway through. Again, though, no pressure on this Durham pair now. And This is inside out and through the gap on the offside. It'll be at least one. Clark turns back. He's going to have to hurry, but the throw isn't strong.
We talked about how Ashton Turner is very graceful over the ground. Graham Clark is very busy, quick, but two different styles. Scurried well there.
That's hammered down the ground. Will it beat mid off? No, it won't. Really good fielding. Ends the over. Just a 4 from it from Travaskis. Durham are 60 without loss after 5.
Good servant in the shorter form format for Durham when he was here, Liam Travaskis. I think it coincided with Parkinson coming, but moved to Leicester to hopefully get some more opportunities in 4-day cricket.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good to see him out here.
Big green to continue from the Finkel end.
He's a good thinker of the game. Will Gidman took me down to Scarborough for a second team game and spent a bit of time with the lads down there, and he was someone who impressed me with the way he went about things.
This one's hit up and over mid-off and all the way for a big 6. Right down to Chester the Lion, who was just sat on his chair, feet out, head back, relaxing. He's given it 6. He knows he's on camera, the big lad. I tell you what, good luck to anybody who's in that today.
Oof.
We think we're warm in here. Can imagine the deodorant can being definitely required and a good shower. Oh, good line. Alex, you're going to have to run. And he does. Ben Cox threatens to throw the stumps down. 4 balls left of the power play. 67 on the board without loss. And this opening pair have been so prolific over the last couple of years for Durham. Built a real strong partnership. And again, you mentioned the likes of Ben McKinney, who's off on Lions duty at the moment, breathing down their necks. But it's been impossible for him to get in through their success. That's what you want as a team. Oh dear. That is not the length to bowl to Graham Clark with the wind. He's not missing out on that. He hit 3 sixes in a row against the wind. He wasn't missing that. And that drop now is looking worse and worse. He was on 4. And he pulled one to Ben Mike.
For that length,
yeah, he does. He loads up nicely, doesn't he? It's a real strength of his. He's on 44. Oh, and he's gone straight up in the air. Has this gone all the way for 6? It has, and that's 50 for Graham Clark. 6 sixes in that innings. He didn't get anything of that one either. Well played, Graham Clark.
Absolutely brutal striking. And there's nothing worse when you drop somebody and they go on and do this.
Ben Mike might be very quiet on the bus on the way home. At least he's not in front of his own members. God, we used to cop some stick over there, Muchie. That's 4 more. Helped on its way down the leg side.
He's certainly in the mood this afternoon, Graham Clark.
I reckon he's got somewhere to go tonight.
That might be worth trying to hit that wide hole, change the plan.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to get out of this power play, aren't they? 83 without loss. 1 ball left in the power play. And Durham are already over halfway to their total. Chester the line just telling Ashton Turner to come a few yards back here at long on. Well bowled. That's beautifully driven away for 4. As a bowler, you just give the batter a nod, because that is outstanding batting from Graham Clark. 83 without loss after the power play. Durham need only 66 to win.
And that is pure class from Clark. We've seen his brutality with the pull shot. That was just eased through Extra cover and wide mid-off.
Just showing what he can do with the new ball, taking wickets in the county championship, now belting the white one to all parts of Chesley Street. The people's champ, such a great humble human being, Graham Clark. Ashton Turner's going to have a crack from the Lumley end. Power play is over. Fielders sent to all parts of the Banks Homes Riverside. And Lees hits this one down to long on. It's a good effort from Travaskis. Kind of yorks himself as that one comes in. And Lees picks up another single. Lees striking at around 170. Graham Clark strike rate 290. Get on with it. 4 6 sixes so far for the Cumbrian. He hits this one over mid-wicket. He finds a pocket out in the deep. And I guess Durham can just relax a little bit rather than having to hustle for those 1/ maybe 2s. No need to take a risk.
Absolutely, they've earned that right.
Oh my God. That is the one I was talking about. He hit a couple at Derby, just off the back foot and muscled it straight. So I'm going to ask him afterwards, but that must be something that he's worked on over the winter.
Absolutely. I think he had a few of those last year as well. And it's a low risk, isn't it? Obviously, when you come down the wicket, stumpings and other things. But there, where you just sit back and you've got that free swing of the bat, and he's put that in over the advertising boards. It's not just a small six.
That's a good 85 metres, I reckon.
Almost effortlessly.
Having to go into the Ballantyne's car park to find the Kookaburra. 95 without loss. I'll tell you who'll be happy about this, my wife, because it means I'll be home earlier. Maybe she's
those
not
dogs
watching.
are yours in the sun.
Yeah,
Ash.
absolutely. Maybe she's not watching. I can sneak away for a beer. It's smeared down to mid-on for another single.
Play cricket and the internet have
Yeah,
put pay to those
just
days,
absolutely
Ash.
ruined it. Frog boxes and ridiculous things like that. Yeah, I can't believe it rained where we were. Clark hammers that to long off. Gets there in a hurry. Ten off the over so far. 97 on the board. Clever from Turner. Will they think of 2 here? Clark slips. I tell you what, I'm pleased he slipped because I reckon he might have been in a little bit of trouble there with Travaskis being left-handed. If that was a right-hander, I think it probably was too.
Yeah.
But excellent stuff from this Durham pair. 7 overs done, 98 without loss. I forgot to ask you at the start, Gordon, where do you think Durham wanted to be after the power play? And I'm pleased I didn't, because it made us both look stupid if we said, oh yeah, 45 or something, maybe 1 or 2 down at worst.
Yeah. It's another exhibition of opening the bat and power play bat and knowing your strong areas.
That 50 from Graham Clark, 50 off 18 balls, is the fastest in Durham history, eclipsing Scott Steele's best off 19 balls, again against Leicestershire.
That's outstanding work from
People's champ.
Clark. He just keeps getting better and better, doesn't he?
Change of ends for Travaskis, and that's hit hard, but straight to Eskenazi in the covers.
And I think the inclusion of Dale Beckenstein as batting coach has been a very good signing for Durham.
That one's again straight down the ground, but it'll just be a single. Yeah, it was such a nice thing to see him just come back into the building. He's one of our Hall of Famers here at Durham. Just a thoroughly good human who got the most out of what he had as a cricketer.
Oh, absolutely. And he was a huge part of Durham's early success.
You better believe it.
Set standards was unbelievable when the game was on the line. The amount of times he would step up and win the game. And I think it's no coincidence that all the boys have started well with the bat.
It's heaved out into the leg side, and that is the 100 partnership between these two. Please go and shake hands because it deserves that. They're not going to. It's just a Sunday, lads. It's just what we do. Of just 7.5 overs. And that's hammered through the covers. That's 4.
That is.
That is 4. From the moment it left the bat, Budinger had no chance.
And it's a funny game. Obviously, Leicester really struggled to find the boundary. Never really got that momentum swing. And it's almost everything sort of Durham try and do. It's coming off at the moment. And again, what a low risk shot from Lee's there. Complete control.
104 without loss. Again, thinking of 2.
Oh.
Ashton Turner does really well, but without the powerful throw these days. Had a few shoulder issues over the years, Ashton. Got to the ball beautifully, but was never really balanced either to get any power in his throat.
I think that's sometimes it when you're at full stride picking the ball up, then to try and get your weight transfer back towards the stumps. It's one of those ones you take the extra step or...
Oh, God, he's going to have a work cut out there. Again, Turner. Does well. Does well. Keeps it to 1. 9 off that Travascus over. 106 without loss after 8.
And it's the captain's nightmare, isn't it? When you've got two batters going from both ends and everything you try to do just doesn't seem to come off.
Yeah, how do you stop the bleeding?
I think sometimes...
You've got to take a catch, haven't you? Or like a free run out. They had that chance early. Ben Mike is now going to have a crack with the ball, I think. You see a really healthy crowd here. The Banks Homes Riverside. Gorgeous Sunday afternoon in the northeast. And both teams have put on a real display today.
Absolutely. And I think, like we say, those average scores have gone up. You get real good value for your money at the Banks Homes the last few seasons.
It is Ben Mike into the attack. And he picks up a wicket first ball. You can hear the gasps from the crowd as Alex Lees goes for 44 off 25. 4 4s and 2 6s. He's got his team off to an absolute dream start. Durham lose their first wicket with 107 on the board.
Absolutely. A fantastic opening partnership again from these two. Any standard of 100s pretty good, but in a 2020 and the way they took on that power play has been absolutely fantastic. Obviously Leesy would have liked to have been there at the end.
Just give another young left-hander a chance. Ben Rain, the new batter. And rightly so, a round of applause for the skipper as he heads back to the dugout.
And I like this. I know Ben Rain came in, I think he was our first ball in the last game.
He was, yeah.
He's in form, he's a destructive player, and he's somebody else who in the later stages of the competition or as we go through this group stage, he'll be very destructive with the class of Bedingham sitting in behind. Like I say, I think it might have been talked about winning this game as quick as we can for the net run rate. And I'm surprised actually it's taken them this long to get Mike into the game with wickets needed. He is a...
Is that top of the stumps bowler, isn't he?
Ball speed.
Oh my goodness, Ben Rain, get your eye in. There's a little wander down the ground. And belts it back past the bowler for 4. Something come flying off his boot there, I think, Ben Rain just told him to pick it up as he wandered down. Don't worry about where the ball's gone, mate. That's gone. This one's timed nicely again through the offside. It's a nice thing about the dugouts, Muchie. You walk off, you get a round of applause. Go and sit in the dugout, might get your other pair of gloves or something. Then you have a little wander up to the pavilion and get a second little round. Oh, thanks everyone. Cheers. Thanks everyone.
That's the experience.
Alex Lees, crowd pleaser.
I think Graham Clark just goes straight up there, high fives half the crowd on the way up.
Little lap of honour. 61 from 23 to Clark. Striking at 265. Oh, he's hit that nicely, but it will find Travascus out in the deep.
And it breathes through all your cricket. Obviously, Durham had a fantastic start in the championship with lots of batters scoring hundreds, and the confidence is definitely high in the camp, and they've taken that on into this start of this 2020 campaign, which is great to see. And I think Ryan Campbell was saying, even when we've got into some tricky situations in championship cricket, they've managed to not panic and get themselves out of them.
Pulled away for 4 more from Ben Rain, who picks up exactly where his skipper left off. Yeah, Ryan uses the words problem solving all the time. Can you find yourself in a situation and make sure that your team comes through that and out on the better side? And I think, and this is no disrespect to Division 2, because we were rightly put in Division 2 after we were relegated, but Durham, rightly so, one of the favourites, and have proved that so far. Still a lot of cricket to play though. Oh, and this is hit in the air with the wind. Will it carry? Will it carry? It doesn't. So Ben Rain's little cameo ends. Then Mike picks up a couple of wickets in his over. It goes for 10. Ashton Turner takes a catch out on the boundary. Durham lose their second wicket. 117 for 2 on the board. Be disappointed there, Ben Rain. It was right in his arc.
Yeah, and again, that extra ball speed from Mike just makes it a little bit harder. All action cricketer. 2 wickets and 10 runs in his first over. But the disappointment of Ben Rain departing brings in David Bedingham.
He's a guilty pleasure, isn't he?
And I'm like I was saying to you, I think if I had to pay to watch someone bat, he'd be definitely in my top 5.
He joins Graham Clark. Just 32 runs required for victory. 117 for 2 off 9 overs.
Can we get a Bedingham cover drive and a Bedingham pull before the end, Ash? That would just round the day off perfectly for me.
Even a flick. Travascus has only gone for 13 from his 2 overs, so that shows the carnage that's been going on at the other end.
Oh, he's dropped it.
Hit straight back to him. Travascus got himself into an awkward position there, almost had to squat down.
It was hit firmly.
It was hit hard. That's probably not what you need at this stage of the game. You're almost hoping that finds a gap. It's really hurt Travascus on his bowling fingers as well. And this could be another wicket. Hit straight down Ashton Turner's throat, who makes no mistake. And you probably feel that Travascus deserves that. He's bowled really nicely here. And Durham, just a little stumble, lost 3 wickets in the last over and a bit. But what an innings from Graham Clark. 62 from 26 balls. 4 fours, 6 sixes. Outstanding innings.
The club record, like you said, Ash.
Yeah, I've got all these stats in my head, mate.
18 ball.
18 ball 50, yep.
Well played.
Eclipsing Scott Steele's 19 ball 50 against Leicester. So he hasn't showed his experience. He could have walked to the dugout first. Little high five. You were right, high fives.
He's the people's champion.
He is
Straight
the
in
people's
there
champ.
with his followers.
What a guy. Well played, Graham Clark.
Outstanding.
Colin Ackerman, the new batter.
You can see the disappointment. Oh, he still wanted to be there at the end, Clark, but gives Ackerman a chance.
The former Leicester man. Tucks this away into the leg side. Wintered at the World Cup with the Netherlands.
Like I was saying before, the fact that he can't get in our championship side just shows how strong we are.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Will Rhodes, who was
Yeah.
pretty unlucky to, had a little injury after a good start to the season, and so that kept him out. So a little bit uppish from Bellingham. Long way across. Bellingham, we've seen him being given LBW this season already, getting across his stumps. Durham could just do the little quiet period here. I've seen some weird things happen in Durham cricket.
Oof.
That ends an excellent over from Travascus. Just the one run and a wicket from at Durham. 118 for 3 at the halfway point. Well in command, needing just 31 for victory. But yeah, I could do without a little wobble. Muchy?
Obviously, we've earned the right to have that wobble. But like you say, I would like these two just to get themselves in before they start exploding. As a fielding team, that's on two new batters at the crease.
Yeah, always.
So if we just take what we give them for a couple of overs, and we'll be there or thereabouts in any case.
Yeah, absolutely. Ben Mike to continue. Picked up 2 wickets in his last over.
There's a Leicester fielder's squeeze tight on this one.
Bouncer. I like it.
Real purpose in Mike's stride back to his mark here. He's definitely want to make up for that drop. And as you say, if they can just get another wicket here, just put a little bit of a wobble through the team.
This one's tucked away. It's tucked away fine, and it will go all the way for 4 from Ackerman. A lovely flick of the wrists. Gets his first boundary.
And that's what you want as a batter, just an early boundary.
It's a
a little
freebie, isn't it?
clip off your legs, nice and fine, just to get him going.
As the Ackerman tune rings out around the ground. That innings against Notts here last year, where he pummeled Bannatyne's gym and the new scoreboard. Glorious back foot punch won't beat Travascus in the covers.
What an innings that was. I was sat in the crowd. It was Paul Gerrard's leave and do, so there was a lot of the teachers down, and he did put on a real show that night. As they were flying into that stand over there.
Ashton Turner now in the circle. Doing the fielding there at backward point. 122 for 3.
And it's amazing when you do get some wickets, the change in body language. They're almost helpless. When Clark and Lees were going at the start of the day, now they're all squeezing tight, very jovially in the ring.
There's zero pressure on the batters, though, is there? There's no need to do anything here. It's almost centre wicket practice.
Absolutely, and there's the ego side of it where you want to keep going, but these boys have been round a long time. Like you say, it's just a bit of time in the middle. It's a long competition. Just get through that infield. It's going to be 4 in any case.
Pulled away into the onside. Pick up a couple, Ackerman. Ben Mike, wholehearted character. 6 from that over. Durham 124 for 3, requiring 25 for victory.
And again, like Potts in irons, 2 good bounces from Mike, whereas before sort of the Hull was just on Clark's hip where he could get his hands through a little bit more comfortably.
It was the height of them as well, wasn't it? I thought that between waist and chest height, you can get under it comfortably. You're more in control. There's a lovely little flick of the wrist from Bellingham. Casually coming through for a single. Attempted sweep there. I don't know if that's just flicked the pad on the way down the leg side. It's running close to the boundary. Might just pull up short. Oh, Josh Davey might have. I think the ball had stopped there. 3 leg byes to the total. I reckon if you close that up there, he might have been in contact with the Toblerones. Bowled him. Bellingham goes. Dragging on from Travaskis, who's bowled really nicely. He's in his last over. He has 2 for 15 now, the former Durham man. But David Bellingham goes. Bowled for 1. Durham 128 for 4.
And that's been the key to his ball in this spell, hasn't he? He's just not really left those stumps. Gets that little bit of drift in, the odd one to hold. He's had a couple of, well, one caught and ball chance and one that's just fell short.
I think the length as well, Muchie. I think that top of the stumps, where you can't step hit and you can't quite get underneath it here at the Riverside. Them balls that hit the top of the stumps have been key, and Durham's change of pace with the ball as well. Bowled the ball hard into the pitch.
Absolutely.
I think you've even seen that with Ben Mike coming in. He's really looked to hit the pitch hard. You've got the height of Aldridge and the height of, well, maybe the ball speed of Potts.
Yeah.
Maybe proving a difference here today. But certainly the start that Durham got.
Absolutely. It just highlights how good Ben Rain was, who doesn't have that ball speed, but
yeah, you're right.
Executed those plans.
Just 17 off his 4 overs. Ollie Robinson, the new batter, who drives nicely through the covers. And he'll pick up a couple to get started. As Kelly does the fielding out there in the deep.
He's just beginning to come into a little bit of form, Ollie Robinson, isn't he?
Yeah, he's had a bit of a lean patch, but he batted beautifully Friday night. As well as he struck it for a while, and he just... all effort again from Travaskis.
And he got a score in the last championship game as well, didn't he?
Mate, he's starting to get back on track. I think that almost England snub for him when they went with Jamie Smith maybe affected him, but super talented cricketer. Another one that came up initially on loan from Kent. What is going on here? This is absolute chaos.
I think they might have called over.
Well, the ball's not dead.
I'm not sure what he's putting his hands up for there, because the bat was in his crease and there was absolutely no need to throw it.
I feel for Travaskis' figures there, I mean, that's the only thing that was in question, that there was an extra run against his bowling. But that's a fantastic spell from Liam Travaskis. With the ball flying to all parts of the Banks Homes Riverside, he's bowled 4 overs and picked up 2 for 19.
Yeah, fantastic spell from him.
Durham needs 17 to win. Ashton Turner back into the attack, replacing Ben Mike. Ackerman controls this one down to long on for a single.
Does Mike have one left?
He's got 2.
2 left?
Yeah.
I would have potentially kept going with him, I think.
Yeah, he's made things happen, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Robinson slaps this one through the covers. A real area of strength for him, and he'll pick up his first boundary. There's Gordon Mutchell and I bobblehead to fireball.
James Wiggin on them tunes again.
He's killing it, isn't he?
That mid-wicket boundary's looking tempting, I think, for Robinson here.
Sweeps away. We'll pick up another single.
That's it, though. When he didn't get selected for England, he was in a rich vein of form, and it was a coin toss, I would have thought, at the time.
Yeah, you can't argue with England's choice. I think Jamie Smith's been outstanding since he's come in. The only, obviously, question mark over him was his Ashes performance, but he was no orphan there, was he? Overbold just took the air out of that one, Ashton Turner. A bit like Snape back in the day. Not quite as moonbally or as slow, but... And he's probably double his size as well. 138 for 4, Durham. 11 to win. Now he's bringing out the crowd classics.
Oh, we're going to sing here, Thorpe.
Not bad, Durham. Not bad. Justin Lockwood on the ground, Mike telling the crowd they've passed the audition, but they're welcome back on Friday.
I tell you what, there's some red faces in that crowd.
I tell you what, she was warm yesterday too. We got a little sun trap at Seaham Harbour.
How's my mate Patty?
Yeah, good. Good, battered nicely actually. Thankfully from me in a losing cause. This one slapped over the covers by Ollie Robinson. For 4 more, just 7 to win. Neil Robson getting into me because Sunderland are heading for Europe and he wants me to give him a mention. Well, I'm not going to give you a mention, Roper.
What's the Newcastle score there, Thorpe?
We don't want to know, mate. Yeah, we're not winning. Football season was over weeks ago, mate.
Exactly.
Don't know what he's talking about. You have to stop giving him trainers now as well. Seven to win here at the Banks Homes Riverside to make it a perfect 2 out of 2 start for Durham. Robinson opens up the offside and with nice hands guides that one out to Travascus for a single. 6 now required.
And just a little bit of calm restored from these two.
Yeah, it's almost you want to get on the motorway as Leicester now, don't you? Yeah. Ackerman opens the face and we'll pick up another single. I tell you what, if you think the ground staff are done on a Sunday afternoon, We'll have to get the boys to get a shot of them. They're ready. They've got lawn mowers. They've got hoses. No such thing as bank holiday rest for the boys. There's Ben with the hose. Got Mark, Barry, I think, with the lawn mowers there. Barry's beard, magnificent.
He'd be hot with that beard today, mind.
Carved away over cover, not perfectly timed. And is holding just inside the rope. Robinson will pick up a couple. Just 3 to win. Yeah, it would be warm with that beard, muchy. Mark Patterson, the man behind the wicket today, been an excellent pitch.
Fantastic.
Love that from Vic, giving the lads opportunities to get out there and strut their stuff on this excellent Banks Homes Riverside surface. That's carved away for 4. Game, set, match. Durham, who win with 37 balls to spare by 6 wickets. It's been a ruthless, it's been a brutal performance from Durham, and just what this home crowd wanted to see, Gordon Mutchell.
Absolutely. I thought they were absolutely fantastic with the ball. Leicester huffed and puffed and never really got away. And then the game was put to bed with that power play performance from Lees and the people's champion, Graham Clark. And then nice way to finish there with one ease through, extra cover from Robinson. Durham are looking in good order for this T20 campaign. Yeah,
if you just reflect on that, Ashton Turner was the highest strike rate for a Leicestershire batter with 155. And if we flip that over Durham's scorecard, you had Graham Clark at 238, Alex Lees at 173, Ollie Robinson's coming at 190, Ben Rain even at 225. So Durham, well-worthy winners. We've seen history with Graham Clark making the fastest 50. And Durham have had the perfect start. They're 2 from 2. And I hope everybody enjoys their bank holiday weekend. On behalf of myself, Ash Thorpe, and Gordon Mutchell, it's been an absolute pleasure to be with you on this great Sunday where Durham have had 2 victories in the sun.